Today we're going to work on, we're going to add earnings transcripts and DCFs to our file system for company financials. So here's the current DOM. So you can see here we have income statement, balance sheet, cash flow. We want to start developing a little bit of a plan, and we're going to implement this next step. Put it in docs. We'll call it 2 more documents. That's not understandable. We're going to continue our sandboxing today as well. This is to support in the future when people want to update their own, or they want to upload their own data sets. We will generate LLM code and we will run it, but we're going to do it using a sandbox. This is a longer term feature. Right now we are currently using our helper functions, the LLM calls, and that's how we're building our graphs. But if we want to support arbitrary data sets in the future, we're going to need to do what maybe some other companies are doing currently. So again, longer term thing, but I think it would be cool. I certainly will experiment with it and it will be fun. Hey, Possible Scripts, welcome. So I think I have the terminal over here. Header would look better if it's further left aligned in line with the conversation. Let's take a look here. I think you're saying it matches with the button, maybe. There's maybe something to be said about that. Or maybe it aligns with the conversation text. Let me plug that in. All right, I'm going to do a little thing, workflow thing. I just want it when it, can you make it so when I start a new terminal and iTerm 2 starts up at a certain path? I'm sure that's just in the preferences of iTerm 2, but where is it? I don't have to type that every time. References. Do you see it here? And we'll also ask about what you said, possible scripts. I'm gonna also put in the DOM so it knows. Okay, so I'm talking about the This is currently the logo, Prism Research. We're on the Research tab, Research TSX. Do you think style-wise it makes sense if this is aligned with the left aligned of the button? Or should we just, what do you think about the current alignment? Can you think about this from design principles and teach me something? This is the iTerm thing. Oh, here it is. Fantastic. We just want to start in our projects from now on. For the hotkey window as well. For some reason I cannot edit the hotkey window. A little strange, that is okay. I barely use it, except for documents. So now if we create a new one, fantastic. So now, very quick. So I will close this. How's everyone doing? Interesting. So it says to make it left aligned. I'm gonna give it the full page though. Actually, don't want to do it yet. So please don't left align it yet. I just gave you the full image so you can take a look. Do you still believe the same thing? Nice. What are you working on, Oscar? I think this money count is finally working. It seems roughly right, because I remember when we used it at the beginning. Like the first day I used it, I turned on the API, and it was like $20, I think, within a few hours. So this session time is just because I have this open. But we've probably done probably an hour, I would say, with it right. Study mobile app, nice. Cool, you a student. I feel like sometimes we build things that are useful for us, and that's will extend to other people. So what did we do over here yesterday? D3, we're gonna wait till I do the sandboxing thing and that's set up. And we'll see how tricky it is. If the sandboxing thing ends up being really tricky, we're using E2B, then I will maybe just put that in a branch for now so we can continue our new chart styles. So I will leave this one here. Yeah, hey, Contronym. Yeah, we changed it. Oh, great. Before you continue, what is all the data we are getting? Specifically with our checkpoints, I don't actually want to use it yet. The primary reason is, so I'm going to attach the folders. So it's this command here. It's leaving out a lot of stuff. I think an intermediate fix here is I noticed that at the very beginning, it's the context at the very beginning of the conversation is being sent when I restore the conversations. But if we could somehow inverse what we're writing, ideally we have the context of the latter part of the conversation, because that's the most useful part. If someone puts a checkpoint, it's probably because they care about the most recent part of the context. So just do that for now. And this is the first phase. I'm gonna have this running because I do want the checkpoint. Oh, you guys can't see it, but I do want the checkpoint. Because that way what I could do with this guy, I could set the checkpoint, close it, come back to it whenever. I don't have to keep this open forever. And saves me a little space. This window here, D3 thing. We can make this a little more clear, but I'm gonna focus on this, I suppose. Yeah, but we're wondering first, where would we even get the earnings transcripts information? We'd probably have to, whatever we do, we'd have to do it the right way. So what would be the way for a commercially, for a commercial platform? You have a CS degree? Yeah. So I'll send it the screenshot. I do kind of want to expand this tool a little bit. It shouldn't just say other elements. It should go through and actually, if you if you do select a lot of stuff, I mean, you probably want all the stuff, right? You don't want like two things. Like we have the capabilities here to paste it all. Sorry, I'm looking earnings transcripts. Can we get this? Realistically, is it not allowed for me to go ahead and go scrape this stuff from the company sites? Probably not, right? Most likely not. Wait, how do they actually get the data though? The people that are selling it? Hey KL, welcome. Cool. It's locking in time. I'm bringing the sandboxing thing. It's over here. See, I can't use these windows because they all have important things, but if I could checkmark them, checkpoint them, then I can get rid of them and I don't have to put them over here. Okay, you could join the calls, record it, turn it into the earnings transcript. Okay, here's an idea though. Could we just pay one time for a month, backfill our earnings transcripts, and then do this? Or no? As soon as you stop the subscription, you probably can't use the data anymore, right? That you collected from them. %. Oh shit. Damn, bro. You might be cooked. Damn, I might hit. Wait, I got 2 days. No, I think I'm good. No, 3 days. It'll be close, I think. I'll probably hit 95% or something. Be just perfect. I think I might do this, but how crazy is this going to be to actually implement realistically? So we actually would have to dial in for like, I guess you could call it like 15,000 companies, right? Something like this. We probably would just do the top 1,000. And then you are gonna just listen the whole time, I guess, and then you save the audio, transcribe it. How much effort required, do you think? You just have to get the phone number. Damn, bro, that's crazy. That's what the 20. That's what the 20x usage. Damn. Your code base might be pretty huge. Oh right, didn't you say you're using it for work? Could explain. You guys probably have Hey, just vibing. How's it going? Oh, nice. Cool. Can we go ahead and fix this? Give me the steps. You can go ahead and redeploy. We have the CLI, so no money. This is a long-term goal. Takes a while to make anything. Depends what you're building. Some people can maybe move faster. But. Hey, Menzu. How's it going? That's an investor tool. So get a customized newsletter. Based on the type of investor you are, you got portfolio tracking. We serve you data every day based on what happened. So, for example, today, I actually didn't look today, so this opportunity to go through our graphs, see what's going on. So returns after record highs, market performance. So we kind of have our simple questions of the day, and it kind of gets more interesting. Okay. Interesting. Actually kind of surprising. Okay. January 1st week signal performance, annual market returns after positive versus negative 5 days. Interesting. So it's saying the first week, if it's positive, you have a much higher yearly return on average with 65 historical occurrences. Momentum after 2 days start. I don't really like these ones because they're a bit too short time frame, so they don't really mean anything. Cool. Okay, these are the more interesting ones, I would say. SPY forward returns when equal weight lags by 3%. So just saying, and we've seen this apparently, if there's narrow, like just a few stocks carrying everything, somehow that's historically been a signal of higher performance. Oh yeah, we have to fix this bug. Yeah, the table thing is, all of these should be a little bit limited by the amount. I don't think we actually limit the amount of access, data points that you can do. So you could do like 1,000 data points yearly, and it will totally mess up. So we have to make sure to fix that. We'll probably do that today, maybe. Let's do us. Dark and open code. Nice. Hey, Tom. Welcome. AMD returns after massive rallies. Cool. Nice. I noticed it is trying to do a lot of times it would do the bar chart, but it's did try today to try some different ones. But still too many bar charts, I would say. Anyways, so this tool, you can do research. This is an AI that knows your portfolio and knows your approach to investing. And we have data. So we have a data explorer page where you can, we're adding more and more stuff. Yeah, no problem. So macro and economic data on many different countries. Okay, we have to fix that. Curacao. What happened to Curacao? I think we need to go through and prune some of these because not every country in the World Bank data set doesn't necessarily have everything. Some of them, they aren't populated, so we should prune the ones that aren't here. Hmm. That's kind of interesting though, because like Seeking Alpha, Motley Fool, they're offering the earnings transcripts for free, so this is kind of their funnel stuff. It's not in Google Cloud, dude. You know, you gave me some options. Go ahead and try to find. Sometimes there are surprising places that have it a little cheaper. Just go ahead and look around. Oh yeah, KL. Sorry, I didn't see your question there, but yeah, all the things we worked on, open source. No worries. Not all the things. This is not, but the tools. Let me know if it doesn't work, like when you're setting up, because we can fix it, or you could make a PR if you want. Every machine's a little different. That reminds me. We should update the README for one of these, because you have to actually update your browser. Yeah, I mean, you have to tell it to allow a JavaScript injection. So yeah. Nice, dude. Yeah, Hammerspoon's really cool. Okay, cool. Interesting. Now I want you to investigate. Let me make sure we've committed everything we need to. Right now we're still getting interrupted as far as when I create a checkpoint with a lot of context, it's not able to write everything. It appears that somehow, I think tool calls, so for example, whenever you're calling some tool cloud, we're not able to save that in our checkpoint. I'm gonna try it again. So checkpoint, what is this one? Actually, I'll do it on the D3 one because that's the one I actually would like to close for later. I can't because these are not reloaded. They have the old stuff. Okay. Now, broski, we're talking about E2B. It's separate. It's not on Google Cloud. Look it up. Look it up so you know what we're doing. I'll give it the website. So here's the website to help you out. Interesting. So we got some free open source data sets. We got to investigate. But this might be interesting. Oh, these are Shimali full screen. Okay. Oh, something on Hugging Face. Fantastic. Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, FinHub has earnings transcripts. I didn't know that. This is kind of interesting. Also, does Alpha Vantage have earnings transcripts? I didn't even look. Hey, Babal, welcome. Welcome. All right, I was going to check. I'm probably going to commit this, but I will not push it yet. So maybe instead of aligning the header with the conversations, you align the conversations with the header. That might actually be better. Hey, look. Maybe do a few landing page things again today. I noticed on a lot of different devices when I was looking at Postdoc, it's not working very well, so we need to investigate that. Hey, how's it going, Deep Flow? Take a look at the description. First complete tool. This is, we haven't deployed, or it is deployed, but it's in the waitlist. So we're getting there with this one. We have made some open source things that you can check out. We have our Reels generator and the, it's like YouTube creator tools. We decided not to sell this. It's too many of these, but it is available if you'd like to use it, because the other things cost money. And then we made a bunch of tools for Cloud Code and some Hammerspoon scripts yesterday that, or you can check out those. That maybe helps your workflow. That's kind of just mainly working on this. This has been 95% of the time. Thanks, Deep Flow. The Hammerspoon script, or did you save anything as a bookmark? Or is it out of the box Hammerspoon working with JS injection? It's a great question. Ah, fantastic. Thank you, Kale. That's actually, I think there is a very good chance we did not save that file. Now that I think about it, let's fix that. So take a look at workflow tools. I think in our Hammerspoon script for the injection of JavaScript for the DOM injector, extractor, and the, I think that's the only one that we do this JS injection stuff. I'm pretty sure we did not put that in the repo. So I'd like you to go grab that and come back to it. I actually don't know where it is though. It is somewhere on my computer. Hopefully I can find it. Otherwise, we'll just make it again. But the other three have scripts, apparently. Really? What for? You're saying the other three have the JavaScript injection scripts? Okay. We should look at that. We will learn about what it has done. Yeah, so the only JS injection code is in the page measure, right? Not the other two. There's no real reason to have that. Oh, I see, Kale. You were saying the opposite. The repo only has the JavaScript for the DOM extractor. Okay, fantastic. So we just need to add so it sounds like the issue is we did not put the Hammerspoon scripts. So go ahead and look at my Hammerspoon config for the DOM extractor into our repo. So you're gonna need to go grab that. Thanks, Kale. Appreciate that. Oh, great. Alpha Vantage does have earnings transcripts. We already have it. Fantastic. Let's go add it to our data. Well, this is really great. Let's go ahead and what can we do as far as how many can we grab at a time? What are the rate limits, etc. In the US time zone, yeah. Which are the proudest? Well, although it's not finished yet, I really loved working on the game. I mean, it's nowhere close to finished. It's like we changed a lot of things, but it had monsters, fishing. It was a lot of fun. And this is probably the one I'm going to use this probably this is what I'm probably going to use for all my news, and I'm basically replacing a lot of the sites I use with this site. So I'm not, instead of Ticker, I'm going to be using this. Instead of looking for earnings transcripts, I'm going to go here. I'm going to get my news from here every day. It's going to come to my email. My portfolio tracking will be here, and my research I'm also going to do here. So everything related to my investing stuff I'm going to do on this platform. So hopefully it'll just get better with time as we add more and more and make it more usable. And yeah, how much percent left? All of it, yeah, essentially, rounded. Yeah, I don't really like it. I think this fails because we have it in our rules not to read these files, but it tends to try. So I'm going to put it over here. I see it ran a few tests. I work, yeah, I go to 1 a.m. or so. If the other schedule, when I'd come out, everything would be kind of closed, so that was kind of not ideal. So I just do everything before. Also, you could wake up really early and do it, but it's easier to go to the gym before, I think. Typical tools. Yeah, no worries. Let me put this little command. It lists some of our tools that we're working with. Use Cloud Code. Yeah, so hopefully, I think that's everything that I'm using. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the tools that we have. Maybe I'll add that to that commands. I mean the little automations we got. Okay, cool. So this DOM extractor thing. Oh yeah. So include that in our Hammerspoon install as well. Cool. So we just didn't we didn't write it. to the repo. Oh. This is in the wrong place, right? Oh, I think it's because we changed the name of the, I'm gonna ask it why we have this in our staged. Why do we have this in our staged exactly? Window recorder doesn't need any JavaScript. They are separate things. And each tool has its own, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Gym works, yeah. Yeah. I like it though. I like my schedule now I'm pretty happy with. Each tool has its own use, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I'd say the most important, just maybe download cloud code and experiment a little bit. I've heard that the rate limits, unfortunately, are pretty low for the free version and the pro version even. So just note that if you pay the $20 one, some people have been telling me that it's a bit too low. Like they get rate limited pretty quickly. So maybe it's worth starting with anti-gravity, start with AI Studio, play around with that. Hey, Sheb, here's the tools. It's easier to read, so I just put it in the chat there. So we discard this, right? I mean, this init, we don't want this in our repo. Yeah, we discard that. Must have been from at the very beginning when we were making these. We were putting everything together. Doesn't really apply anymore. Use the free ones. Good idea, SG. Yeah. Gotcha, Kale. Not going to commit this yet. Forgot the name of the bot. Snipebot. Modifying the commands. Hey Gremlin, welcome. Could you explain the reason you use each tool? No worries, man. I really like Cloud Code, very customizable. I like the Opus 4.5 is the best model as far as for coding, generally speaking, for me, and many others. Cloud Code is made by the same people who made the model. The usage of like the subscription, the $100 a month and the $200 a month one is actually, although pricey, actually good value. If you tried to, we actually made this cost here. So we made this little thing and it's going to show us by the end of the month how much we've saved using the subscription. versus just calling the model directly. I am not sponsored by Cloud Code or anything. So I wish I was, but yeah, I just like it. It's a nice tool. A lot of people like it. You can do a lot with it. So I'd say that's probably the tool I like the most. The other things are just sort of, iTerm. You don't need to use iTerm. Like it's just a nice has nice customization as well. NeoVim is just for. I just use it for doc editing and stuff, and sometimes looking at code, but not often these days. I usually use GitHub Desktop just to go through the code changes. This is keeps track of this. And you'll learn this stuff as you go. Like if you're just starting, this is a way to keep track of our changes. But it's probably pretty overwhelming at the beginning. There's a few things you have to spend a little time, but just note this is what we use for the coded AI part of it. We're prompting and trying to make stuff. We use GitHub Desktop for the code tracking, and that's kind of the gist. It's like a checkpoint system. You can think of it. Learn the query params. Yeah, exactly. Right. There's a lot of information, right? At the very beginning, you're probably going to need to start with something simple, like that, definitely. And then you see if you like it, and then you can start this giant process of kind of like learning of all these things. Definitely, I wouldn't deploy anything or anything like this until you learn the basics. But for public, for a private little prototype, it's great. Have fun with it, I think. Okay, so we did this. So I'm going to close this. So supposedly, this is fixed. I'm going to create a new one. We will test later. I'm going to put this over here. Now let me see this flag thing, SG. So you can wrap system command in cloud-p. What does this do? So your API just wraps around that system call. Oh, interesting. I'll look this up. So you're basically saying it doesn't send the prior context or something? I'm not sure if I understand. Let me look it up. Maybe I can just ask Cloud here. Do you know what is the -p flag? I could also try to run it, I suppose. So it just doesn't send the prior context, just the prompts, right? And you're saying your system prompt, I suppose. So it does pass in the system prompt as well. Thanks, SGS. Pretty great, actually. If we start running close, which we might at the end, we'll use -P, so we don't hit our limits. Because a lot of times we do send unnecessary stuff. We've just been... Okay, great, awesome. Stateless terms of gotcha. That's cool. Doing content for money, and that would I can actually. Oh, cool. Yeah. I usually stream in the afternoon, so for me that's. But in the Discord we have the. It shows the exact time for. Well, not every day. When I post, it'll show the exact time. But yeah, so 1 to 5 p.m. PST. That's usually when I start, and I go for as long as I go. So you have AI chat in the app, and you can do the strict. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. That's great. I mean, I've noticed just the other day, like I just find a random command like security review. I'm like, what? Cool. Like, nice. There's some other ones too. You can add like plugins. It's called the Ralph. Someone said it in the chat. And you can actually install it for your Cloud Code. The idea is you do this Ralph whatever, some Simpsons reference, and then you put in your task, and Cloud Code will just keep iterating until you get your success conditions on that task. So I might try that, because it's pretty easy to hook up, and so it'd be kind of interesting. Let me get the name. Ralph Wiggum. It's right here. It's actually made by. It's actually in the Anthropic repo, so this is not. Ralph loop. I might just add this just to try it out a few times. Try to implement feature max iterations 20. Very cool. Let's I'm gonna run it. How do I install these? Wow. Huh? Wow, that's how long is this going to take? So it sounds like we have all the data, like folders, and all the data files. We just didn't grab the history, right? That's sort of the situation. Okay, Sandbox is running, good. Calc acquired, nice. Gotcha, SG. It's worth a shot, though. I'll have it there. Hey, Gremlin, it's actually on the wait list there. I'm not in a rush though, to be honest. Like, it's got a lot of cool features, but I'm gonna keep adding more. And also, this stuff is important for me, like what I'm doing now, because it helps with my workflow going forward for a long time. So I'm not really too worried. I use Firefox. Oh, you guys can't see. I just see. It's Firefox. Oh, gotcha, Kale. Yeah, it's a security thing. I get it, right? You can check if Firefox has developer mode or whatever, but yeah, you're right. It probably has some. We could actually note that in the repo. Oh, yeah, so our little tool, let me show you. Our little tool it's a DOM extractor. So in order to implement this, it actually injects JavaScript to get it. Get the information we need from the DOM. Yeah, that's what it's doing. However, maybe we can try to fix this. I want to see if there's maybe any other way we can accomplish what we were trying to do. I'm going to go look. I'll change the song here. Drop. 1 second. Where's my music? I'm forced to listen to this until I can find the freaking browser. This happens a lot. Where is it? This is the only browser. Oh, here it is. Hey, SG, you might be right. Let me make sure I'm using the right term here. I did literally enable the JavaScript injection thing though in my browser in order to get it to work. So let's take a look. So take a look at our workflow tools. We have this JavaScript that's brought into the browser. Can you explain what's the general, I had 2 questions actually. Number 1, I was just curious actually, is there any other way we could have achieved this DOM extraction? And number 2, I'll just talk about this. Like, I'm just curious about what would you call this? Is it considered JavaScript injection? I know it's a security thing as far as like the term itself. So you have eval in your code. It depends what you're talking about. We're talking about the Sandbox, where we're trying to build out where people can upload their own data. Yeah, that's why we're sending it to E2P. But that's going to be a longer term project. This tool though is open source, so this is for people to, and it's not LLM generated code, so it's the JavaScript that is in the repo. Okay, so as you can see, I wanted to fix one thing with this tool, which is that if you select a lot of stuff, we tend to do some... I wanted to include more elements. Like, let's say you do a rectangle, and a lot of the other elements are not really explained. Okay, number one, how are we choosing which element is the primary element? That's actually my first question. Yeah, you could use browser dev tools or something. Oh, right, okay. Oh, I see, okay. So the Hammerspoon plus executes JavaScript, what would you call that? Like, what is the actual, what's the actual term? It's called, so it's okay, browser automation with script injection. Isn't it effectively the same thing though? Oh yes, that's right. I remember now. So this will not work on Windows devices then, because we do use AppleScript to do that. Yes. So technically it is the same. We should see if we can make this work for Windows users as well. Yeah. No, but you're right, because I remember we did do something like this. So mechanically it is the same idea. Gotcha. You call it a bookmarklet. Client-side script execution. So is there any way we can get this to work on Windows devices? I guess we could have some sort of Chrome extension or something. Is that kind of the idea? Is there any other way? Yeah. Okay, it's cloud code compared to just... DOM selector. Well, that's what it is, SG. It's bringing in JavaScript to the browser that's just grabbing the DOM. It's just the mechanics of how do you actually do that. Like you can either use like a Chrome extension. We don't have that, but the way we did it is it's like some sort of Apple scripts, and then we enabled the permissions on Safari to inject the JavaScript, to bring in the JavaScript for this automation. However, that will not work on Windows. Hey, enter key. Yeah, we could do a Chrome extension. What is bookmarklet? Wait, tell me about this. Tell me about these bookmarklet dev tool snippet things. What is this? Well, I mean, what am I trying to extract? It's the DOM, so it's based on where you selected the rectangle. There's nothing bad about it. It's just like, it's just grabbing the information from the page and copies to your clipboard, and then you paste it. There's no, that's all it does. Okay, so a bookmark where the URL is JavaScript. Oh, interesting. No. Okay, so this tool is something that works for all sites, right? So it's like you have the Hammerspoon script, right, which is the automation that you can create this like rectangle, right? But then how do you get the actual DOM itself? You have to actually bring in JavaScript to go through the DOM, find all this information, just code to do that. What's the primary element, blah, 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 blah. And then it grabs all the information from any website that you're on Safari with, right? And then it brings it back out and puts in your clipboard. That's kind of the general idea. You're right, if you were to build a DOM selector for your particular site, like your one individual site, then you don't need to do shit, right? It's like, this is an automation that's, OS level, right? So this is not, you're probably thinking that this is for the site. That's probably why you're confused. You're thinking that this is specific for the sites, this DOM selection thing, but it's not. This is a Hammerspoon script for any site that we work on in the future. We can use this tool for developments, and it's open source, so you can use it yourself as well. If you have macOS currently, but we'll see if we can have it work for Windows. This is my understanding. How common is the bookmarklet idea? Like, what other tools use this? Also, tell me a little bit about the dev tools snippet. The dev tools snippet, that's probably just for Chrome, right? Actually, we might do that, because won't the dev tools snippet, won't that work for any device? You're selecting a DOM selector on a different site. No, this is, we've built a tool, like similar, think about this tool. Like, what is this tool doing? This is OS level, right? It's not technically OS level, but you understand it's an app, Hammerspoon, that is running some scripts, automation scripts for us. And it's gonna be for all sites that we work on. It's not specific to this site. So part of what it does is this tool with the DOM extraction for any site that we're working on. It's a dev tool. It's going to inject this thing so that way we can extract the DOM, and then we take it back out and it's copied to clipboard. So that's what it does. But you can go in the repo and check it out if you have more questions, and let me know what you think. It's for development purposes. Hey Kai, how's it going? Why can't you generate that chart yourself? Are you talking about portfolio tracking? This is a landing page. Anyways. Let me sign in real quick. Yeah. Oh, nice. You got it working with Firefox? Oh, you used the bookmarklet. Cool. Nice joke, Kill. Cool. That's what we might do. I mean, if you don't mind, you can make a little PR actually. So I don't have to do too. Also, it's nice because you have you're using it. I'm actually gonna leave this for now. Like, if people want to make a PR and fix that, they can do that. I'll save this as a checkpoint for some other time. So CC bookmarklet. So I'm gonna see if that works. I think it does now because I just checked. Yeah, fantastic. So you guys can see the context here was 20,000. When I resume the checkpoints, it's a bit over 20,000, which that's what it should be. So it looks like maybe it's writing the right stuff. Cool. Sounds good. Cool. Thanks, man. So now I am adding the earnings transcripts. $2.2 years. Oh no. Oh, we do have paid tier though. Oh, dope. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and start that over here. We're running out of space. I'm checking if does it delete it once I resume it. On grinding and locking in. Take a look. Sure. Probably take a look a little later, but that's cool, man. Feel free to use awesome. Yeah, that's I think it's a lot of fun too. It's if you think about it, there's a lot of gaming streams, so why not co-working streams? Nice. Okay, great. We made some sandbox changes. I'm testing currently. Connected everything. Yeah, no problem. Hey Techie, I use I use a MacBook M4, 48 gigabytes of memory. RAM, I mean. They call it unified memory. Okay, I think we can close some of these. All right, I was testing this. Hit CC resume. Interesting. I think it worked though. Oh, it did. It just started to brought in the context, but started to actually think through what's going on. Okay, great. And it doesn't remove it. Fantastic. So I can bring it in later. What was the very last thing we talked about? So I'm going to make sure. Actually, I can go ahead and look at the file. When we do a checkpoint, where does it save the file? I'm going to go look at them. Bridge mind. Yeah, I know. He was the reason I changed the title. Because I did these streams for a while. But I was like... It's like my title needs a little bit different flair, I guess. Okay. Mac version. I just received my MacBook Pro M4. Nice. I have the 16-inch, 48 gigabytes RAM, and 500 gigabytes SSD. So maybe a little overkill, but it is a little overkill. But that said, it's fine. Okay, now I'm going to load in a new one. Yeah, way too much. The idea is you future-proof it, right? But, yeah. Honestly, though, with streaming and everything, I was having a little bit of trouble with my old one. So I'm a pensioner. We don't have this. That's in the US. Well, maybe some people, but it's not very common. However, retiree, I guess, would be the equivalent. It's a pensioner. Nice. Fantastic. So that works really quite well. This is good now. Now I can take all these guys, and start saving them and just removing them. because now we've validated that it's working pretty well. So see D3 progress. What is this? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh no, this is the old instance, so we can't do it here because you have to refresh. What I'm gonna do is just do a little copy foo. I'm gonna put it in one of our newer ones. Oh, I guess we have Social Security. That's right. That's kind of like pension, I guess. If you think about it. Yeah. Pension just means you're getting a monthly thing, right? At a certain age. So yeah, I think that's actually the same thing. All right, so I don't think there's much else. I'm just gonna paste it. Oh. Nice. Cool. Oh, this is search related stuff. We're gonna have to come back to that at some point, folder explorer search. But I cannot do that because these are old instances, so I gotta paste it again. I have so many chats. That's exactly what we're fixing right now. As anything, we made a little checkpoint system because we want to not have a bunch of things that are waiting for other things. We want to keep the context saved for when we come back to certain tasks. And so we built a little checkpoint automation that we can, that way we can start closing these that are just waiting. The reason I have to paste it is because these are older instances that don't have our automation yet. So I have to paste it and then create our checkpoints on a new one that has our automation. So this is Fred Explorer search. Cool. So now we can go ahead and close this one. I minimized. Close it. Go. Let me put it over here. Right there. And I'm gonna clear it because I don't need it right now. Okay, cool. This is our design, so I'm going to checkpoint this as well. So this is the, if we ever want to come back to this particular issue about this alignment, so CC header alignments, research page. Cool, I will get rid of that. Okay, yeah, so this is partly what the JavaScript is doing there. The elements have at least 30% of the area, then that's going to become the primary elements for our clipboard selection. Cool. I don't really care about this too much, but maybe we save it. It's just what JS does. Functionality, DOM extractor. Cool, what's your stack? Let me plug that in for you. It's outdated now, though. A little bit, but it's fine. Counting days, I can encourage you money. Oh. I think, no, just, liking it, sharing the channel, all that stuff. Maybe one day the channel helps a bit in terms of maybe some ads or maybe some sponsorship or something, but I'm a little bit too small currently. But yeah, so sharing the channel, if you want to help, that's would be great. It's about $1,200 a month if you are under 80. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I gotcha. In the US, I think it depends a little bit. Oh, no. The US, it's like how much you paid in, that's how much you get, something like that. For Social Security. Yeah, I'm Next.js, Subabase, nice. There you go. Yeah, definitely, SG, you've had some good suggestions over the times. A lot of people have, in terms of, Bravo said some good stuff for design and things like this. I will definitely move you to the top of the waitlist. So you can try it out. Okay, we can close this now. -p, nice arguments. Thank you, SG. Cool, and this is good. Actually, okay, there was one more thing I wanted to make. Okay, that's next Sunday. So next Sunday we'll spend more time on the automation tools. I think we're good. We got some commands. We got some interesting things. But I will save this probably. Cool. So I actually don't need this. All right, we were installing the Ralph Wiggum thing. I'll save it for later. So CC Ralph Wiggum. Hey, thanks, man. Feel free to join our Discord. We probably do need some more moderation stuff at some point. Right now it's too small, but at some point, if it keeps growing and things like this, probably if you're interested in this kind of thing, I don't know if you are, feel free to join the Discord. And I appreciate the comment though, for sure. Cool. It says it's working. Let me check here. Okay, cool. Do need to spend a little time on the Sandbox. That's we want to have, eventually one day people can upload their own data sets. So that's what we're working on right now. So I'm gonna do that here. Actually, I'll just remove this guy under here. Yeah. So we have the E2B CLI. So you should be able to redeploy. I do believe we have the API key set, so I'm going to go double check. But as far as I know, it is there. Yeah, it's there. Oh, it just tested the sandbox execution. Given that we had this error again, let me give you the logs. Where you from, bro? No worries. I'm from the US. Clerk has billing now. No stripe needed. Using clerk. What is clerk? The goal is that compute is pushed out to someone else. Oh, clerk Next.js convex. That's it. Gotcha. So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I have some windows over here I'm cleaning up. So this is our, I'm going to save this as a checkpoint as well for later. So this is our weedless thing. So it's called viral loop. Viral loop widget changes. And then I'm going to close these because I just have way too many open. And we'll come back to a lot of these tasks later. Unfortunately, I think this is an old instance, so it doesn't have our new automation. Cool. Once it loads in, then so it's loaded in, so now I'll do cc viral loop widget changes. It's your vibe coding setup. I use Cloud Code. I'll put in the tools in the chat so you guys can see. Compare iTerm to. iTerm's kind of nice. I think it's only for Mac OS, but you can get a lot of customization, and everything I needed it to do, it does. So things like floating windows like this, I can just quickly do a hotkey and it comes up. It's kind of nice for notes and things. So we can cross some of this stuff out. So I'm gonna go and do that. Right, this is a long-term goal, the design tool. Cool, yeah, we got this. So that's what we did yesterday. I'm gonna quit this. Let's go to week 5. I think it's week 6 now. Oh, interesting. DJ Grandma, let me check what happened there. Maybe I made a mistake in the link. Oh, my bad. me check here. Oh, it's workflow tools got cut off the URL. So it's just the same link with an S at the end. Let me update the command. Tried a lot of IDE. Tried a lot of IDE and tools, etc. Yeah, we tried cursor, anti-gravity, Zeds. Sometimes we try some MCP things. Not so much recently, but in the past we did more. We tried, like, for example, the Blender MCP and Unity MCP. Some other things like this. I'd say right now, anti-gravity is pretty okay for design and stuff, or AI Studio. Those are two. Like if you're working on your website design specifically. Okay, let me clean up more of these windows. Okay, so this checkpoint is saved. I'm now going to close this. Okay, great. This is what I was trying to find, which is our earnings transcripts window. Let's add this. I'm going to move it to this screen. Cool. And this is getting some more data. Give them the logs here. Kilo is rather good. Right. Yes. So it sounds like open code might be a good option. Save a little money there. Seems like a lot of people have been recommending it recently. I'm waiting for the logs, but before we continue, can you try to identify the issue? Do we need to redeploy? If so, you could do it with the CLI. Right now, this chart is a little wacky. Okay, I'll fix a few of the statistics. I'll wait for some other things. So take a look at this. These two statistics specifically for that portfolio, I don't even understand what the volume, what was the statistic supposed to be? I think we can probably remove this. And the dividend yield, I think something weird happens as far as the percents go. I think it's probably supposed to be 2.9%. Yeah. We're going to add transactions to the I'm actually not going to do that yet. So let's create a plan. We're gonna do this at some point, which is add transactions to the portfolio performance page. How would this flow kind of work for the user? So I'll just start with initial design. Okay, so we'll test this data. Probably a versioning thing, I bet, because we already installed it. I'm pretty sure I got the latest version here. Oh no, you have a misunderstanding. This is happening locally. We did install it though, so this is a little bit strange. I think maybe the error, it's either a versioning thing or, you know, you need to actually look up your import there. It's possible you're using an outdated import. So go ahead and look up E2B docs. Unlimited budget, I probably would use Cloud Code here. I really like it. I don't know any other tool, at least publicly known. I'm gonna close the rest of these. Okay, almost done. Fantastic. Closed all of the unused things, and we have our checkpoints. Right, we're going to test this right now. Hey, chat on. Not locking in tonight's. Wow. It's okay. You've locked in a pretty good amount, I would say. It's going well. How about you, Chad? Cool. So fix the dividend yields. This is annualized volatility. Oh, that's fine. It's a little bit confusing. I thought it meant like volume or something instead of volatility. So can you just name it volatility? Or maybe, is there any other way we can communicate to the user? I'm just gonna commit this and the docs. The scripts here are fine. We tested that, so I think it's fine to commit auto expand when searching on less folder. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Calculates the y-axis. Right, that has to do with the weird spazzy. Actually, don't remember what this is. Data overflow. Now, what was this for again? Can you remember? So, oh, that's perfect. Yeah, volatility. Okay, great. Cool. So I think these are good. Oh yeah, that's just zooming. Okay, gotcha. That makes a bit of sense. So this should be much longer historical history. Yeah, it is, yeah. 1960. Oh, yeah. Cool. You know, we could actually bring these into our little index we created, potentially. It's the risk index. Speaking of that, it is gone again. Sometimes the AI likes to remove some of our folders. Unless it put in, it might have put in the macro. No, it is not. It is gone. It's still there. It's just. All right. So you removed our Prism index folder and data collections. We'd like to add that back. This has happened twice now, so let's try to come up with a plan. Let's talk about how this file is structured and everything. In the future iterations, we want to try to make it clear to the AI not to, that all folders are important. Some of these are not there. This is a problem that we should fix for a lot of our folders. It's because we see in the documentation that, hey, it's there, but when we actually fetch the data, there might be some outdated things. Maybe some countries have it, some others don't. We need to have a final filter where we just kind of filter out in the front end if the data doesn't exist. We actually don't show it in the collections. But to do that, We'll have to... I'm going to give it there as well. For now, just fix the OECD ones that are not found. So the example is this one here. Actually, I use the DOM extractor actually I'll just use the screenshot. Could just use the Hugging Face dataset. So the Hugging Face dataset, does it not have full transcripts? Yep, we'll share this. I'm just letting it explore. I'm kind of thinking about this graph too. How'd you actually implement this though? We're going to go ahead and update your system prompts. We're at a point now, any new endpoints, we automatically put the require auth decorator on everything. So let's go ahead and add that to your system prompts. But rather, it's the project level system prompts. So any new endpoint is going to have the require auth decorator. Cool. I'm going to check out this design. I'm mostly interested, where exactly do they click add the transactions? The rest of it's like fine. Oh, I see. It's actually making it a new tab. We don't need that because we don't have users. I vibe more with scenario B. I think it's like people they don't need to enter everything, you know? Maybe at the bottom, it's like a little add transaction. And then an add sale, something like this. So I guess it would be somewhere. How would you go through and see your transactions though? Where would you go? Do you see here the labeling on the x-axis is like way too tight? Okay, this is what I was interested in. The rest of it makes sense. Just like how the hell do we fit it in the page? I don't really like these. Trying to figure out where would we put this add transaction area. I'm not really liking the idea of a new tab. I'm gonna actually send this in the same chat. So we're going to add some things to our project level system prompts. Historically, it hasn't always listened to us. But there are some things that it's doing that have been repeating. Well, we don't need to worry about this. It's never tried to delete Firebase data. The only time it's made a mistake, I mean, you know, once you have users, that's one thing, but you start to do it on a test area. It doesn't have to do with Firebase. We're talking about on the UI. It's just a display thing. Tends to, you know, when we're doing adding new data, every once in a while, it's going to remove some of our folder structure on the UI side, which is kind of, so what I'm asking you is to audit the UI, how the UI is implemented, because it's possible there is a little bit of confusion if it was implemented in a strange way. How did it go down, KL? I'm confused. 95 to 83. Oh, that's a good idea, potentially. But some people go really crazy with the transactions. So it could be a total mess at a certain points. Usually other brokerages have separate screens for the transactions for sure. We could do it, I suppose. The only thing is, so let's say someone adds a transaction, right? How do we provide the feedback that this was successful if we assume we make a separate screen? We wanted to have it so they can add a transaction on this screen, but we're not going to even show the transactions on this screen. So it's just going to be like transaction added or something, I guess. And then the graph updates. How do they navigate to the new screen, however? We could make it it could be a drop down, I guess. We have our portfolio pages, but I just kind of wanted to keep it simple. You know what I mean? Mom. Yeah, check back tomorrow. I'll let you know. Showing buy sell on the graph. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, you have some lines. The only thing, again, some people go really crazy. Granted, we could do what we did for the data pages. We have vertical lines there, and we did like chunking. So we just allow them to zoom in if they would like. Actually, I like that. Let's do that. But they can turn it on and off, I think. That's really cool. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Because we already implemented it here, so. So we're going to use these same lines. I noticed there was a very slow initial load, so we'll maybe investigate that. But so if you zoom in here, you see it becomes 2 lines. These are events, like things that happened in history. So instead, you can imagine like buy, sell. This is recharts. The library's recharts. Some people recommend TradingView, but we may use something else. Oh, right, there was another one besides TradingView that was pretty good. That we will investigate. It was an open source one, but I don't remember the name. I think the other graphs are great. I like recharts, it works. But for this particular graph, you might want to see a little bit more information, like candlesticks and things like this. So it's a good way to, I'm going to test the our DOM extractor, see if it helps. So it's asking where is it? So I'm just going to send this and see how quickly it finds it. That was the whole idea behind it. So, hey, thanks, Dales. Oh, hey, Kale. We actually are, that's what we're doing right now too. Okay, so we're using multiple different, we're bringing in D3. Interesting. Shouldn't say that for me, so that's a little strange. I am the admin. But we have some new charts coming in. I'm going to investigate this particular issue because I don't know why it's blocking me. But yeah, we're bringing D3 for our charts for the data sets on the main page. When we show the user these graphs, it's going to look like more like, this is what we use on our landing page. We use D3. You can do a ton with D3. You can really, I think it was SG or someone gave us, I don't want to not give credit for the suggestion because it's a great suggestion, great library. Okay, I wasn't able to find it. I would like to fix this script then. So I'm going to make a new window. This is going to fix our Yeah, no worries. I don't want to. All right, so we're getting this when we load this page. Actually, it's a D3 mapper test lights and it's D3. Somehow the authorization, it should accept me. I'm the admin. So let's take a look. We made some changes, but I'm just curious specifically why. So this is what our DOM extractor. Take a look at workflow tools. Take a look here. Sometimes it likes to do a little craziness, so I just want to make sure. So take a look at the workflow tools. We also want to, in our DOM extractor, include the classes and everything, so it's very easy to search. I think right now, as you can see, the selector didn't put any IDs or classes, so the LLM was not able to specifically find the elements that we selected. Day one of gooning. Good. I think it's okay. Essentially, we have a button for add transaction. I don't know yet where to put it. However, we might need a separate screen, right? Because not only would we need an add transaction, we want people to be able to upload documents. like for example, an Excel doc where they have the purchase data. So most people, if they, if they're migrating someone who's traded a lot, they're going to have a lot of transaction data. So for them to do it individually, one by one, impossible. So we have to support that. So we have to have an extra space for that section. So now we just have to figure out, where's it going to be? How are they going to get there? It's going to be a drop down. Let's ideate. I see. So the reason that failed, it's not actually sending the token when it's trying to grab the data, so it just fails because our endpoints are protected. So I'm going to go ahead and commit some stuff. Okay, this would be potentially the project level instructions that we're going to add. So that way, as we're developing, we don't want to make any new API endpoints that we push and people can use. So from now on, anytime we make a change, especially adding new endpoints, it's always validation of, hey, are we adding the decorator? Are we blocking this when it requires admin? And to help assist us with this, we're adding to the project level settings. However, I will always be checking every commit. Given that it's public now, right? The endpoints that we're committing. And, well, and I checked before too, but double check. But this will help us a little bit. I think I'm going to add a few things. So number 2, if it's clearly an admin endpoint, put the require admin. If it's a user endpoint, so we're going to add all 3 of those just to assist a little bit. Then it has to be specific to the user, things like this. So I'm going to make those changes over here. So we're going to make a few changes to this. Number 1, if it's clearly an admin endpoint, it should use the right decorator. So require admin, and it's extremely important going forward. And then if it's a user endpoint, we use the decorator for that it's the user specific data, user specific endpoint. So here, the reason our D3 didn't work, didn't send the auth token, so it failed. So we're gonna fix that. And this we're definitely not, oh, this is just a, yes. So here we need to add our decorator. So go ahead and I'm going to change here. It needs to have our authenticated decorator. Hey Corey, how's it going? You have transactions box under the charts with add edits. Clicking add could pop up model sync or CSV upload. Oh yeah. But where though? You're thinking right here maybe? Hmm. I think you're right, though. Maybe if we could avoid an extra page, that would be really nice. Just put it somewhere here. Let me some add here in the corner. But it has to make sense. I mean, maybe down here? No. But I agree, somewhere. Yeah, you could do that, I suppose. I don't really like it. So I was thinking top right, so that'd be somewhere here. I see, import, export. Okay. You could do that maybe. This is the drop down where you do like tools, because that would be like import things, export, maybe eventually other things. Like maybe some tooling on the chart, like changing candlesticks or something. An action menu. Oh, okay, I actually like that. The only downside to that is it's not super clear, right? You have to be clicking around and experimenting to find that you can do it. So unless maybe we do a little helper wizard before to tell them that you can do that. Oh, I like this. This is good. Perfect. Split the button. They can add the transaction, and that's actually going to look pretty good because this button is pretty big. Let me change the song once more. Oh, here it is. What is that? Anyways. Okay, let's do this. I think this is pretty good. I kind of like this split button idea. They click the add position, then they're adding a position. If they click the drop down, it's pretty clear what that means, right? Like, and then they click add transaction, import transactions. I think that's very clean. Let's go ahead and implement the UI part of this. Use Git work trees? Not really, Alex. PR and workflow tools. Oh, thanks, man. Let me take a look. I'll do another screen here. I want to dock you. Oh, this is pretty legit PR you got here. I can tell you're. Right. Very nice. You even got a testing section. Respect that. This is good. Let me take a look at the code here. Cool. And I think this only is this only going to run with the Firefox? This part of this function here. Cool. Awesome. Change the init file. Dope. Cool. I'm gonna merge it. Thanks, man. Cool. So it implemented the arrow. That looks pretty dang good. Fantastic. So we're going to start implementing this, I think. Nice, man. Thank you. That's really good. Appreciate it. Feel free to make any other changes if you see anything. All right, I'm gonna tell it. Oh, it fixed this problem too. Nice, so now our DOM extractor is gonna get the classes, gonna get the UID. This is gonna help when we run this tool for the future. So let me take a look. Where to get the data from? Hey Abdul, a few different places. Alpha Vantage for the price data. For all the government data, we go through their APIs. All the these are all commercially available. You can use them for commercial purposes. And for our earnings our SEC data, we query SEC directly, and we use Edgar tools to parse out a bunch of stuff. That's kind of the gist of what we're doing. Some ideas. Awesome. Yeah, dude, feel free to add to it. Like, I'll definitely check them out. I mean, and if anyone else, people can just pick and choose which of these tools they find to be, and who knows, maybe this repo actually, if we add enough tools, people will, somehow it'll get picked up. Someone will, more people can use it and contribute. It's kind of cool. Cool. I'm going to try this. Did you install this? I guess I can just check real quick. Okay, yeah. Pull some stuff. Yeah, stash, I suppose. Okay, just some small things. Before we continue, you can just fix the merge conflict here. let's go ahead and start the implementation. You just start with the add transaction. So the way it should work, let's just start with the endpoints first. So do the endpoints and do some of the functionality there, but don't actually integrate it yet. I'm gonna test it on my computer, the new stuff. Cool. Awesome. Cool, let me try it. I don't see any classes or anything here. Is it because there's nothing on this page or what? I mean, surely we're creating classes. I think before, I'm gonna stop it right here because I want to commit before making a change like this. Oh, and the system prompts. I actually don't want to commit the system prompts. I'm gonna add the system prompt, git ignore. That's fine, that's a private repo, it doesn't matter. Hey, Gail. Currently researching what LLMs interact with best when working with front-end designs. Oh yeah. Dude, so we're working on the same thing, right? Like, I don't know if you're good at design, I'm not. So definitely a lot of the tools I'm interested in are probably gonna be related to helping to work us through our design problems. So if you add especially tools in this area, I'll be pretty stoked. Because there's that's probably where we spend a lot of time, probably 40% is design. Hey, Epaxy, are you a complete beginner getting into coding at the start of this journey? No, I was a software engineer before. So that's my path into this, a CS degree. Oh, you guys can't see this one. Sorry about that. So take a look at data feeds. It's this particular page. I haven't tried nano code yet, 19C. How do you like it? take a look. This is the DOM we're extracting. I see. I will keep him over here, I suppose. Try again the Alpha Vantage one. We should be able to grab it. We have the plan necessary, but go ahead and double check this. And interesting. So we know we've hooked up the sandbox to this section, right? So go ahead and do a little audit here. This is we're working on a feature so people will be able to upload their own data sets in the future. This is a longer term project. So we have to sandbox that kind of stuff. Hey, Kenneth. I use Cloud that way with multiple terminals. You can just open a couple terminals and just start the Cloud instances, and you can chat individually. If you're wondering how do we avoid like conflicts and things like this, each task is doing something different in the code base, so we don't edit the same stuff at the same time in two different instances, because otherwise it's going to get really janky and weird. But yeah. Oh, I see the recharts. Gotcha. Okay, so this actually wasn't a bug with our selector. We were selecting recharts here, which is an SVG element, and this doesn't have classes, I guess. But let's select something else. So I'll select this. I didn't see any classes. All right, so I just did this button. I don't see any classes or IDs or anything here either. It says it's an SVG. I mean, it's not really though, right? It's a button. Is it a button? Wait, is it an SVG? Oh, I guess we'll know. All right, anyways, so this is in, I'll show you where. And a long time ago, we did add a lot more data sources, but it's laggy now as far as how long it takes to load everything in. So we got to be a little more creative with how we're doing this. So I'm going to talk about that. We're getting to a point that in our data collections page here, we're loading in a lot of data for the user, but it's getting to the point that it's getting probably 5 to 6 seconds like load time. So we're going to try to come up with some strategies to either, well, first we're going to start with the quick wins. So give me the list of the quick wins we can do. Oh, great. So this is a good test, right? We added our project level system prompts. And we can see now that the new endpoints it adds, it actually did respect it. So it is making sure to keep the authentication, require that the user is the owner, things like this. So this was a good test. I'm happy about that because otherwise we have to, we still will, but it's a nice little extra thing it will do for us. So as you use to break down the image code, that's actually in our repo. We made that yesterday. We made a bunch of different tools. Feel free to check them out. I'll send it in the chat. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. When I come back, we'll be working on the portfolio transactions, so people can add their own transactions, as well as continuing to add earnings transcripts and DCFs to our data explorer. And we'll probably work on the landing page a bit, probably an hour every day, until we fix it for all devices. If you guys use it, you probably, depending on your device, you might be like, man, this is really janky. This is what we've seen on our analytics, that when people were using it, things were displaying in the wrong place. So I will be back shortly. trenches. It's true. Trying to enhance. Awesome. That's cool. I had a lot of fun working on these little tools too. Just makes it, every little tool makes everything a little more fun. It's kind of, I like seeing the costs go up because that's money we're not spending. So we can do the math already, actually. I mean, we've used it 5 hours, I think. So you do 5 hours every day. $24. Wow, that's about right, though. That means we're probably using $700 maybe worth of usage. That seems a little high, though. A month, I mean, of API usage. I'm a little suspicious of that number, but I suppose it's maybe true. That assumes 5 hours a day. That's API usage. 500 a month, I meant. Not 500 a day. It's about 100 a day if you're doing the 5 hours. Well, let me try out this. I'll just hook it up to the front end and we'll try it out. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and integrate it to the front end there. Just the one drop down, the add transaction drop down. That sounds good. I think what we should do, though, yeah, I think exactly. Create a single source of truth. That's exactly right. Go ahead and do that. Nice, so it should have fixed our just small little UI thing on the charts. Great, still looks much better. I think now that this is public, I'm probably going to make another branch. And I'll just merge every once in a while. Hey, the code guy. It's meant to be a little ironic, the title. You know, you see all these videos and stuff with like the insane... It's a little ironic, but it's also a little bit true. So it's somewhere, it's like aim for the stars kind of thing. And like you might land somewhere that's good. Plus the idea of, I wanted it so people join and they think it's a speed run, but it's not a speed run. So all those together, I thought, also when I see the title, I think it's kind of funny. So I don't know, this is my humor. Like, it just seems kind of stupid, but a little bit like, again, a little bit ironic, I would say. Yeah. Okay. The general idea, though, is true, right? Like, we're trying to make good stuff that people would pay for. Okay, this is roughly okay. But I'm not going to commit this stuff yet. Only going to commit just the small change because I... Oh, here it is. All right, given that we have a different result on the front end, I think what you're going to do is try to create a test, a full end-to-end test that's going to simulate what we're doing on the front end. Try to do this. Go. Okay, I'll close this one. It's fine. Updates the mobile version. Oh, great. Cool. This one we're done with. Cool. So it should, when you implemented this, did you actually hook it up to the chart? So when I add a transaction, it's going to change the chart. Oh, I see. So the DOM extractor picks the smallest element as the primary. Huh. Okay, let's try it now. Okay, but speaking of that, let's fix one thing. You know, right now you're doing this primary idea. You know, we can put a lot of data in a clipboard, you know. We don't need to limit it as much as we do. You know, we just choose one element. Why not just choose like the 20, you know what I mean? Up to 20 of the elements within the region they're selecting. With the classes and all the data, this will help the LLM exactly find the information that they're selecting. So I guess right now, KL, if you're working on this, I'm working on the, that's what I'm working on. I'm working on the DOM extractor. So hopefully we're not doing the same stuff. If you are, just let me know. I'll not work on that. Yeah, I believe option B is the only way. The portfolio chart, right? You just had this idea of active positions and closed positions, but at the end of the day, you have to bring all of them and do the calculation. But I do want to make sure a few things. We're doing this where are we doing this calculation? So point this to me on the chart line. SIK. What is the highest amount of concurrent agents terminal instances usually spawn within a day? I usually have like 5 to 6 running, or at least open. But we added a tool so that way we don't have to keep them open as long. It's a checkpoints command, checkpoint hook for cloud. So then when I'm done with one, but I want to come back later, I just do a checkpoint, and then I just reload it in, and then I can close it. So to answer your question, 5 to 6 usually are open, but probably only 2 to 3 are really coding. And to endure sitting for hours, I drink a lot of coffee. I think it's like most things, it's like you kind of work up to it. Like I've been streaming for a while. Definitely the first time I did a longer stream, I felt pretty tired. But just over time, it's actually not too bad, because you just kind of get used to it, I guess. I think, yeah, so I'd just say that. Just work up to it, and once you're there, you'll be surprised how easy it is. Try to always do exercise, though, because I feel like if I didn't do exercise, yeah, I'd probably have some issues. After a while, I'm still young, but eventually I would have some issues. I'm not that young, though. I say I'm still young, but I'm not sure I can use that line. Anyways. I'm young-ish. Depends who you're asking. Yeah. Wait, KO was it exactly what you're doing as far as working up to sitting longer or something, or exactly what you're doing as far as we're working on the same thing with the DOM extractor? Let me know, because otherwise I will just I will not touch it for a while. Let me take a look. Oh, it hasn't reloaded it, I think. Make sure to reload it in my Hammerspoon. Did you do that? Gotcha. This is good. This is how I wanted it to work. It's like we do all the calculation back here on the back end. Fantastic. So it's definitely the second one. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. The reason the lazy loading is a little tricky is because we need it for our search to have the data source, at least the data. Actually, that's exactly how we do it. We just we load in we need to have an endpoint to load in all of the titles for everything and the tags and the folder structure, but we don't load in the data until they actually click it. check me on this, but I believe this is how we will do this from now on. So let me double check that this worked, but there's a reasonably good chance that it is there now. What just happened? Weird. Yeah, data truncated was bothering me, so I'm good. Oh, nice, Kale. You're young, I'm 30. Cool, Kale. So I'm just gonna let it sit then. I'll let it, so that's cool. That's funny, we both had the same idea. Because I was using it, I was like, it's not, you know, it should, the idea is the LM finds it immediately. Once you do that, you don't need to tell it what file it's in and things like this. But even if you do tell it what file it's in, it doesn't necessarily know which section you're talking about, but with the DOM it does. It's going to be a little helpful, I would say. I'm glad you find it. You'll find a useful tool too. That's pretty awesome. There's something about having another like dev using a tool that you made. If for some reason it feels like it's like you're helping your people or something. I don't know. You're helping your tribe. You know what I mean? Something about open source. It's pretty good feeling. But I think also if they contribute too, it's also a good feeling. I don't know. I guess it's some sort of validation or something. That's awesome. Yeah, feel free to if you have any other tools, definitely add it. That'd be dope. I'm reading this carefully. It likes to add these like fallback things. I think in this case it's okay though. Did you make it so it's like we can support people adding transactions, but also just adding positions too? The idea is like, there's two ideas. There's the active positions and closed positions. So like if you're only computing the portfolio chart based on closed positions, it's not going to be accurate. Do you understand? Wow. Okay. So actually, the thing we said, that's how it currently works. So if I load this page, the reason it's taking so long is because it's loading in just all the titles and metadata, supposedly. I guess there are... It seems a little bit slow. I mean, even if it is, let's say, 10,000 I mean, we're talking, it's not that much data, right? If we're just bringing the folders and the names of the files, even if it's like 10,000, it shouldn't take 5 to 6 seconds. So there's some other cause. Is it mostly that, it could be that validation thing where we check if the country exists in the data for the 200 countries. I'm not sure, but double check here. Oh, let's check if the Prism exists. I don't see it. I don't see the Prism folder yet. Did you put it in the macro and government data folder? Well, I suppose we can start moving these over. I don't really need this one anymore. This one I will save, but probably won't need it either. Actually, I'll just make a checkpoint here. So this is cool. Close that. Interesting. Cool, great. Our sandbox appears to be working. It was just that we were sending too much data back and forth, I guess. Cool. I think what I'll do is like this uploading your own data set thing, it's going to be like a separate part of the platform. The idea is like if anyone is interested in this for business purposes for their teams or something, the idea is they upload their data sets, they'll get news every day, and they can do research on their data sets, and the portfolio page will be insights. It will be just like, actually the portfolio page will be Data Explorer plus insights, which is like alerts. So maybe they'll have 4. That would be the seats idea. Now all that stuff would be stored separately too, and run separately, and deployed separately. So that's a longer term thing though. I'm probably not going to focus too long on it, but I think it's kind of a cool thing to have. In case anyone is interested in such a thing. Oh yeah, this is a query thing. Can you explain that? I don't actually understand why would we do this on page load though. If what you said is true, I'd expect it to be loading when we click the document. So we actually don't want to make this change that you made here. If the sandbox is Python 3.9, you should upgrade it to what we are. We shouldn't use 3.9. Yes, upgrade, please. Yeah, exactly. How do you find clients? Right now, we haven't really started the marketing stuff, I would say. But it's a good question. Depends what you're selling. If you're selling to consumers versus to businesses. So it already implemented this. It does matter how this is implemented. Because it could create some subtle things we don't notice. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's try it out. It makes rough sense. True. It has to take into account like dividends and things like this as well. So how are you going to account for the dividend part of this? You can't really depend on the user to always enter more cash because they got a dividend, right? This is a little tricky. You get a cold email outreach. Yeah, that's rough. Get real used to VC. To vibe code. Here you go. We made a little command. So, I use Cloud Code and get a desktop for the tracking. These should be in our git ignore. Kind of surprising that it's not. Go ahead and add these to our git ignore. Let's take a look again. On mine, it's... We should maybe try to support emojis in our chat, because popcorn, yellow stripe, smile, popcorn... They're smiling, that's good. Oh, sorry, the Nightbot. I'm gonna go disable whatever that is. Chill out, no, Nightbot. Okay, I've disabled that. Feel free to use as many emojis as you would like. Okay, I do not see, unless I put it in here. Oh, I see. I put it in the US data, that's why. Which actually kind of makes sense now that I think about it. This should be in the US data. But we could make some new ones. Using some of this other data. So what this is like a risk index that we've made. We're using this in some of our calculations. So we have this like sentiment. Speaking of that, notice this loading speed is we got a few things to fix. Let me add this to the notes. Okay, and then table having limiting the okay. Anyways, as I was saying, the Prism index is used for some calculations like this risk index here, or market sentiment. We use it in like a formula based on like government data and some other things. We could add a new one because we brought in some new stuff. I was kind of thinking we can make a new one. It's like Prism. So right now we got our Prism data in under government, and that's, I mean, under the US government, and that's fine. But we're gonna make a new one that's like worldwide because we have new data for. This kind of gives us like cool indexes that we can use for our calculation. I'm gonna actually send this, and then I'm gonna save it, go ahead and create an implementation plan here for later. Okay, cool. So git ignore should be, yep, so it's cleaned up. Hey, Ved, welcome. Follow me. I'm excited, Kale. Hopefully get some. I'm just curious, do you have a template for your PR? It's very clean PR message. Looks pretty legit. We're adding a portfolio transactions vid. We're adding in. All right, I'm working on the sandboxing, so that's going to support people uploading their own data sets so they can create their own charts on whatever they're interested in, and that's a longer term goal. We are also going to work on the landing page today as well, because I noticed on the analytics it sucks on a lot of devices, other types of devices. So, got to try to clean it up. It works on my device, but that's not good enough. So, works okay on my device, to say it that way. We actually don't want the VIX anymore. We'll fix that after. The last thing you did seems very weird to me. What are you trying to do? All right, let's pause for a moment. Okay, so I'm gonna take a look. What it's trying to do right now, it's trying to update our code to make it work for its tests, right? But that's not what we want. Yeah, regex. No regex. So it looks like it's just changed this. This is just for our sandboxing stuff, so that's okay, roughly. I don't see any other changes that it did related to the sandbox, so I feel reasonably comfortable just discarding this, which is good. It's just, it tried to do, you have to watch for this. It's going to try and make it work. You run a test, and it's like, instead of trying to understand what you're doing, it's just going to do some weird hacky solution to try to make the test work, right? We have to figure out how to solve the problem of apparently we're serializing, deserializing too much, sending to the sandbox, something like this. And that's the problem. But we're gonna probably discard these slash changes that I made here. Oh, you guys can't see it, so this is what we're doing. it created this kind of regex stuff, hard coding some stuff that to try to make the test work. Gotta add you. Oh, cool. Sounds good. I'll add you. Cool. Yeah, welcome. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to remove the, we're going to discard your changes to the client.py. The reason is we actually do need to send the data that we're sending, right? If we can't achieve it, if we can't achieve our goal of sending this much data, we're just going to break it up into multiple requests or something, but we have to actually think about how that's going to work. Hey, thanks, Ved. Let me add you. Oh, awesome, Kale. I'll take a look. New agentic context extraction. Wait, that's a fantastic. Dude, were you watching yesterday? Or did you actually just have the same idea that we were going to do? I was like, we wanted to do that, but we didn't get to it. That's exactly what I wanted, which is like when we're doing our checkpoints. Well, let's see if it's exactly. Okay, I have to try it. So it seems like this is the, let me look at the code here. Okay, this is for the DOM, for LLM extractor. Interesting. Well, let's try it. I will merge it. A lot of changes here. Nice. Yeah, changes to the README. Good. Awesome. Sure. Yeah, I think it's great because we both have different systems and we're both using different, at least using different browsers. Nice templates. I'll use that. We're probably going to start doing PRs on the data feeds as well. Cool. Cool. Merges. Thanks, man. What we had yesterday too is that if you're interested in working on this, when you do the checkpoints, so that when you do the checkpoint, you might want to extract out certain things in the past conversation. You don't want everything in the conversation. So it's hooked up to an LLM that is going to go ahead and figure out which parts to extract out of that checkpoint. Yeah, and then you can restore just the selected parts. So it would require hooking up with some API something. Save it and have GitHub auto use it, a template. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Very big indeed. Oh yeah, that's how we should do it. We preload it because all the data doesn't change really. Yeah, this is definitely the answer. You preload the data onto E2B, so that way it has it. Yeah, we're gonna test it out. Let's see. I think we were testing it out on the button earlier, so let's go ahead and reload our Hammerspoon script. Our config. We can actually just do that over here though. So, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, we just updated our repo. Make sure to pull here. I might have to stash my changes because I have some probably things related, so I'm gonna stash. All right, we did fix some merge conflicts. I suppose what we will do, we will just try to pull. Definitely gonna be a merge conflict though. Yeah. I'm just gonna move this to another branch. So this was more detail. We might not even need this branch because you might have already fixed it. DOM extractor. Yeah, we'll just have to do the conflict. It is what it is. We're probably just going to, I should have probably just discarded it actually. So I'm going to do that instead. So I'm going to go just discard. It's fine. We didn't make much changes anyway. I pull. Cool. Let me try it out. So I'm gonna go into research or portfolio. I'm just gonna reload the Hammerspoon script. First, I need to load it in. So we have an update to our DOM for UI extraction tool in the this specific area. And I would like you to go ahead and add it to our Hammerspoon init. I think it was actually updated, so the initial script that we run, we'll set it up, but just double check. Actually, go ahead and before you continue, we're going to update our docs. So the recent commits, we're going to update the docs for how this works. If it hasn't already been updated, I didn't think I saw, but go ahead and double check. So we're going to put this in docs LM extraction. This will just be for future people if they ever want to. I think you did update the README, so currently works. I'll just have another section. So I'll let that run over here. Oh, no worries. Dude, change what you want. I'm chilling. You can always undo a commit, you know, it's not too serious. I actually don't really like your recent change. Please don't make that change. I was just, we're just ideating at the moment. So it looks like it's updating the init. Let's see, it's modifying my init. Let's take a look here. Oh, it's just updating my Hammerspoon to be the... So the new DOM extractor is much more comprehensive, nice. Firefox and Edge supports, form table lists, nice. No text truncation, epic. Predicted actions, interesting. Very interesting. I'm curious what the predicted actions part. What is the idea here? Cool. I'm working over here. Oh, what were the changes to the JS? So the JS that's actually running, what is it going to do now? I'm just curious. List out all the things. So give me the list of all the features. Oh, you can just use the CLI to test it directly there, no? Okay, I'm gonna go through this. Fantastic. So you fixed the truncation problem. That's awesome. 8 pixel grid versus 10 pixels. Nice. Oh, press hotkey again to dismiss. Cool. Let's get the region. Nice. Epic. Okay, let's try it. I think it might not have reloaded because it looks like the same to me. I check. When I ran it again, check that you can, if you, oh, I can just reload Hammerspoon just to see. Maybe that was the issue. Didn't reload. Allow. Let me check something here. No, I think this is, let's see. Not sure yet on this. Let me check. I think that might be another. Yeah, just. It's not that. I just, I'm not sure why Hammerspoon asked for the desktop. Okay, great. Okay, it's just the Apple scripts. Hey man, I'm an engineer, so I know how to code. Okay, fantastic. Good. Okay, looks good. Let me check again. Okay, so this is a runtime error with the, I think the script itself. I do see there are, let me check out. Oh, nice, there we go. Let's see here. Let me reload the page out of curiosity. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and grab this error here, plug it in. Hey, thanks, Hoodwinked. Brody, you dropped the music. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. There you go. I think this one's not, I'll make it public, but if you like it. Hey, thanks, Hoodwinked. I'm glad you like it. Let me put this in the chat. For some reason, didn't paste. Copy. Okay, so we're making a few changes to see if this fixes our bug that we ran into. Yeah, no problem. Hey, Lord Plum. What I recommend is get the repo. So open a cloud code or some other thing. Get the repo and kind of ask how it works, and then it can kind of explain, because there's some docs there. Seems reasonable. Let's take a look. Nice. Very good. However, I don't see... is it still truncated? Let me check. Maybe if I select more stuff. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so it's just that region doesn't have a lot of elements. That was the reason. So now let's select... I'm going to send it. Take a look. Fantastic. Great. Good job, man. Thank you. This is perfect. So fix the truncation. Has everything. So let me go ahead and try it again. Perfect. I think the only thing is, I think I'd rather it's when I drag, I don't have to click again. That's just a minor thing though. I think maybe some issue, I'm not sure. I think I saw a few issues down there, so let me double check here. Okay, similar thing, let me take a look. We did get this error. It appears to be when you select a lot of regions. Can you tell me a little bit, is this the same thing related to SVGs? Gotcha. Oh, cool. Nice job. Did you launch a coin? I definitely did not launch a coin. So if you guys see a coin or something, please do not do that. Whatever that is. No, dude. If you guys are here from some weird crypto coin thing, I did not do that. So do not do whatever they're telling you to do. Do not buy their coin or whatever they're saying. I don't really know much about that stuff. Just out of curiosity, let me look that up. What is that exactly? Some sort of... I'll talk to AI about it, actually. Some sort of crypto pump site or something. apparently someone joined a while back, and they were like, someone, I think it was it was Polymarket, started a thing, but I never was able to find it, so I don't know if it was real or not. Launch. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I don't really like it. It's I think it's kind of strange. Yeah, I'm a CS student. Hey, Grandmaster. I was a CS student, so I was an engineer for 4 years. So Cloud Code's very good. So I'd recommend. The new models are very, very, very good. Opus. Cool. So it sounds like this is a Safari specific issue. So I'm gonna tell it that, because that kind of matters. Likes to be able to repro it. All right, before we continue here, this is a Safari specific issue, it appears. So go ahead, update your assumptions with this idea. Trade Codex. What does my app do? It's an app for investors. So you get your news personalized to you. You have an AI tool. It knows what type of investor you are. You can create charts, analyze data, tracks your portfolio. DoorDash. So you go to the data page. And you have all your data for government data. Looks like we have some duplicate folders. Let's go ahead and fix that. But yeah, lots of data, and this is the data explorer. So tons of companies. We're gonna add lots more. It's kind of the general idea. I'll go ahead and post on my Twitter, I suppose, in case anyone's has the same question as you guys. Cool. Don't want anyone getting scammed. So it customizes news based on what you invest in. Yeah. It has a bunch of elements. We tried to capture it on the landing page, but the landing page is a work in progress. If you guys use it, depending on your device, it's a little bit dicey. We're going to spend a little more time showing the features. There's going to be more features too. It's all a work in progress. But you can create charts, track your portfolio, advanced statistics in the Data Explorer combined with the idea, the inspiration behind this is that I was listening to a podcast with Drunken Miller, and he was talking about how he gets like over 200 charts every morning they can go through, and that's specific to him, what he cares about. So the idea is based on what happened today, we analyze a bunch of data. We give you a set of charts based on your portfolio, what you care about, that you set in preferences, and what type of investor you are, what you're looking for, what's your approach, what's your themes and catalysts you're trying to track, what's your time horizon, and we will feed you data that you like to see. And you can always go on your preferences, disable certain sections, and it comes in your email. Very easy. That's the idea. But we're gonna stack services and other interesting tools on top of that. So yeah, that's the general idea here. Oh, hey, thanks, Kale. Don't worry about it. I'm also working on it. It's no big deal. It's very low urgency. We're not using this tool like super regularly yet. It's really hard to tell what is better now. No shame using Codex. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come on and they seem to like it. So I personally haven't really given it a fair go, but I really do like Opus and just using Cloud Code. And this is a really fun workflow for me. Okay, cool. This might actually fix it. It just has to do with this SVG, some button stuff, whatever. Some small thing. Oh, I have to reload the Hammerspoon. Maybe doesn't work. We will see. Okay, cool. Nice, perfect. Let's try it in some other pages. It seems to work, especially if I select something that is just text. Fantastic. Let's try maybe some images and stuff. Nice, works. Fantastic. Good job, man. Great. We got it. I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to Kale. He made these changes. He made a PR to our workflow tools, and he made it so it's not cut off, truncated. So now we have a much more detailed DOM with our DOM selector. This will be useful for design as we go. We have some other tools too, if you guys want to check them out. If you're working with Cloud Code or some other model, whatever you're doing. I'm going to go and commit this, probably, Kale. Feel free to. There might be some merge conflicts on your end, though, most likely. Let me take a look, though. What's going on? What are we doing? I probably don't need to make changes to the bookmarklet. I'm going to read this a little bit, just kind of curious. Yeah, so it seems like Firefox gonna work the same way, more or less. A little different mechanics, but at the end of the day, just putting in some JavaScript. Nice, very good. So I probably want to make this change. I want to break your stuff. I'm not using the bookmarklet. Right, I probably will make this change. We can go ahead and format this. You can read it if they want. Create a new file. Can we format? We'll make a new file. This is not going to be used, but it's so that way they can go through it. Unless we already saved it somewhere, which is possible. And maybe speed. That's why I want to use, try playwrights, automate this instead of screenshots. I have played a little bit around with that stuff, but I just find it easier just to take a little screenshot and go directly to it. Because I can, while it's running, right, I can click around and find the bugs. And then I can just very quickly show it what's going on. The alternative is I wait till it finishes. And then I tell it to run, and then I sit here and I wait, and then I watch it click around, then finally extract out. But did I save any time by doing that? Probably not, like, the end of the day. Like, anti-gravity it's built into the IDE, so sometimes we'll test it for you. That especially, right? That does not save time. Like, the time it takes to open the thing, click around, and sometimes it tries to sign in. If you have a sign-in block, it can't even sign in. So that especially doesn't work. But. Okay, we do have a formatted version. Good. Okay. So in Safari, right, you're not really using the bookmarklet version, right? Is that true? Is my understanding correct there? Awesome. I think what it was doing before, the reason it had that thing where I had to click again. Okay, we're still getting the error, but as long as it extracts, I don't really care. Gotcha. That makes sense. So definitely no changes to this, right? So if I fix a bug in Safari, right? I notice in our on stage changes. If we made a change for Safari, we probably would not need to change this file now, because it's taking it directly from the DOM extractor min.js. I think what we should do is, like, you know, there's probably going to be other types of things that happen in the future with each browser. We should probably have JavaScript different for each browser saved. Do you think that makes sense? Because otherwise we might fix one bug here. Let's talk about it a little bit. Break another thing there. But maybe not necessary. It's basically the same code, minified with JavaScript. Yes, gotcha. Oh, no worries. I'll push soon here. Just gonna wait to see if I want to change these files or not. Yeah, exactly. So our options: separate browser-specific files. That kind of makes sense, right? We got our JavaScript for Safari, JavaScript for Chrome, JavaScript for Firefox. We could also do the same as Safari. I was kind of thinking also it might make sense. Can't we just have one file that we don't have to use it? It's just it's gonna make it easier for people to read. You know what I mean? It's like a documentation. Here's the JavaScript that's going to be run, right? So they can go through it. So go ahead and create that. I think it's the formatted one. And the bookmarklet is, oh sorry, I didn't change the screen. It's basically the same code, minified with JavaScript. Start. Oh yeah, you already said that. I thought you said something new. Oh, fantastic. This is actually, gotcha. Okay, misunderstood, but that makes sense. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to commit this now. Oh, I'm gonna clear this here. Let's fix the duplicate folder thing real quick. So use the DOM extractor. So right now, you see how there's duplicate folders in our folder structure on the data page. Actually, I don't even need to say on the data page anymore. Dope. Because it has that you put the page information on it, which is fantastic. Oh, actually, it doesn't match somehow. Oh no, that was the old image. I mean the old extraction. Nice, perfect. Yeah, so take a look at this. And we could potentially combine the image with the DOM too. Or that's like an option you can enable in the tool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see the issue, right? Actually, that's not that big of a problem. I think it's just that particular folder. So I'm actually gonna, oh no, this one's duplicated as well. Here as well. I see there's a nearby, interesting. I think I might make a change where like, if I do a rectangle, right? I probably don't need the nearby, maybe. Interesting, not sure. Because I think it's getting stuff at the bottom of the folder. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you got it, it's here. Yeah, exactly, KL. Like, even if... I think we could just have that as like something... Maybe that's a separate hotkey. So you have the image, you have the DOM, and you have the image plus the DOM. All of it copied to keyboard, to clipboard. Boom. Easy. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and try this. The sandbox, the way that we fix this problem, we're just sending too much data over the connection. So we just populated on E2B our data sets. Yeah, we just gotta remove we gotta remove this reference in the code. We're no longer using the VIX. Yeah, make sure to run the tests. So run the tests again. We ran into the same error on the front end, so I'm curious what that could be. But run your end-to-end test though. Oh, cool. So I'm gonna make a few commits. Oh, right, I was gonna test the new portfolio adding transactions. So let me add one. Just put in some random stuff. Doesn't really matter. And it needs to be enough to change the chart though, so I can see. Add notes. Hi. Oh, fantastic. Looks about right. It has to also make calculations for the performance. Oh, and it did, I think. Nice. I think it did reflect it correctly, but I have to double check. Fantastic. You need a way to change your transactions, though. You just add another remove transaction. It brings you to the transaction page. Edit transactions. When do you think you can release it? I haven't tried Laravel yet. What are you building? Building an investor tool. Want me to remove it? Taking out what, KL? Oh, you mean your recent changes? No, I mean your recent changes added a lot of stuff. I think it's great. I think the only thing is the maybe we don't want to have the nearby. I'm not sure though. Test it on your own computer maybe. It's possible. Like, see if you can repro what I did, which is like if I select a region, it's like putting in a bunch of nearby stuff. I think we might not want that because the user, if the user's selecting a very specific region, they probably don't want to add extra context about like, oh, this other thing is nearby my rectangle and things like this. So if you can repro that on your machine, that might be something to investigate. Oh, sure, yeah. When am I going to release it? I'm not really sure yet. It's kind of hard because I wanted to have a bunch. I'm going to give it a few weeks maybe before it's like, maybe a little over a few weeks before it's like fully released, I would say. But I'm not gonna commit. Be very non-committal because I want to add all the things that would be good for it. But while we're doing it, we'll work on tools and things too. So we'll probably release things like that every Sunday. We work on tools. Hey, thanks, man. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I will be right back. All right, back. Well, guys. All right, cool. So, working on a few things at the moment. Portfolio tracking with the transactions. Looks like we've added the adding the transaction seems to look roughly right. I'm looking at these statistics. These are time weighted. Seems maybe right, but we should probably add some tests or something. Double check. I'm going to save this as a checkpoint on this dividend idea. We need to include this in our portfolio performance. Right now, we don't really. So I save the checkpoint. We'll just close it for now, so we have space for other things. Cool, we can close this now. So I do still get the same error on the front end. I'll show you the logs here. I'll run it one more time. You know what, I'm also going to reload. Sometimes there is some suspicious kind of like errors that like unpredictably start working when I reload. So I gotta wait for that. Just gripping. I need to do some changes that I need to test on the data page. Supposedly our search should be much faster. Rather, it was the page load, and I agree it is faster, probably half the time. So we're in our dev branch now. I'll probably start committing some of these things. I got some tests going, Kale. Nice. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I think it's worth investing the time, you know, for your workflow. If you're doing it every day, sometimes you can just get stuck working on the project. But it matters that you enjoy working on it too. Hey, Tricker. Yeah, that's actually exactly. Generally, like we do optimization stuff last, but yeah, exactly. You know, prefetching. I'm just thinking about what we could do more of. I start working on optimization stuff when I notice, hey, this is too slow. For example, on our today's brief, I'm starting to notice it's a little slow. Not too slow, but a tad too much. I appear to have been logged out. One moment. I have a token expiry thing. Oh, right. No, it's actually because we got to start this up again. little slow. Not too slow though. At least on mine. Probably not going to commit the sandbox thing yet. Yeah, caching for sure. Fundamental kind of stuff for sure. We don't need this anymore because it turned out it was a misunderstanding from us. It just was putting it in the US folder, and that's fine. So I discarded that. I'm gonna make all these separate commits. We got separate ideas here. So we can easily undo them later if we have problems. So this is we're gonna first commit our portfolio transactions. We have the first section working, so I feel reasonably good about it. So that's why I'm committing it. We'll probably add tests as well. So I'm not committing this because I noticed it didn't respect our decorators. We set that in our system prompts. Oh, never mind. We're good. Actually, these are not endpoints. I thought they were, but these are just like helper functions and things. This is our endpoints, so we're good there. Hey, thanks, Hardhead. Yeah, you as well, dude. I guess it's quad, right? You're quad, I think, right? You're switching YouTubes, so I get confused. I don't think. Wait, is it? Not sure. That's our look. All right, I think we're good. And commit this too. This is all fine, I think. We'll do a final review for some of these things, but I think it's pretty good. Let me go. So I'm going to the portfolio page. We're going to do the next part, which is add and edit transactions area. So go ahead and look at, I think in this section, I'm going to do a little refactor of the user service because it's getting way too big. At some point, once a file gets, we're getting close to 2,000 lines. If you start trying to, especially if that file touches a lot of things, you're going to get some pretty bad code generally. So we're going to do a little refactor because we see what's about to happen. With the user service, we're going to do a little bit of a refactor. We're going to segment out the user service into the various subcomponents that kind of make sense. So just give me first how we're going to do it, and we're going to prioritize the things that take out the most lines out of this file. Let me run this again. I'm curious about one thing. Let me check. Choosing what to work on next. So people join in, they're interested in having crypto stuff. I guess we can just investigate a little bit just out of curiosity. Who owns this data? How would we get this data? So for the crypto, if we were to explore potentially adding crypto things to this, hypothetically, who owns this data? How do you get this data? What are the providers? Are they can you use them for commercial purposes? Things like this. Okay, so we got the error. Let's go ahead and take a look. What I'm going to ask it to do. So in the E2B sandbox, what I want you to do, this actually might be a little tricky because I'm not sure how to find, yeah, you can do this. Go look at the logs for this specific run, right? Don't try to run it again because it's clear the tests have a different situation going on than our actual local dev environment. We're running it. We're running this in the chats. Endpoints, right? So that's our entry point to start to go to E2B, right? However you built your tests, we want it to reflect what we've done here because we want these tests to work in the future. So that's the second thing. But your first phase is you're going to actually go look at the logs, what happened in E2B. You can use the CLI to do this. CoinMarketCap, thanks, Kale. Yeah, we just got to make sure whatever data we get that we're allowed to use and sell. Sell as in like access to having stuff. Oh, fantastic. So it's a different situation than stock market data. On-chain data is inherently public and decentralized, no single entity. So it's totally, we can use it commercially potentially. That's fantastic. Raw on-chain data, public. Processed aggregated data, providers who clean index. Gotcha. But it sounds like, the reason why this is going to be a little better is it's not like with stock market data, they kind of have a monopoly, these exchanges, over the price data. There's just very few of them. Sounds like, with crypto, there's just tons of providers, so probably not be very expensive. We'll see, I suppose. Hey, Kale. Awesome. I'll take a look here. Don't see it quite yet, but wait, no. Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Kale. Yeah, I should probably do the same going forward. It's kind of a good reminder for me today. Free S3 access. Cool, sounds good. What's the cheap? Okay, so you're gonna have to start from. I don't know a lot. I know the basics, right? What are the things that crypto users care about? They care about their coins or their coin prices. But there's a lot of information here. I mean, you got the contracts, got all sorts of other things. So we have to boil it down into the type of person that would use this. I think we actually have to build a little target user document, because I need to actually understand what do we want to display. Obviously the prices of the coins, I guess, but isn't there a lot of other things too? VR is live. Oh, no worries. It's not your fault, Kale. I should I just kind of realized I gotta be a little bit cautious sometimes, especially if this grows and stuff. It's not like it was in the beginning necessarily. It's like. Every person has a good. It's the same vibes. Let's say that way. So probably not. Well, I actually have no idea. What would be consistent with our platform? I think the problem is our platform is really not crypto looking. You know what I mean? Like, I did not design it for crypto people. I don't know much about crypto really. So it feels kind of weird just like putting crypto stuff in here. Yeah. I definitely checked, but then I realized, gotta be a lit, because people could potentially, in some of these kinds of scripts, they could hide things in weird ways, like use Unicode characters or just like some sort of weird, and you might look through it and it looks good, but you don't realize. So you just have to be. I remember, so I used to own a Minecraft server, and I remember it was a long time ago. It was when I was in high school, and I trusted someone to make a plugin, and that plugin had weird code in it for a little backdoor. So it's gotta be a little more careful than. You throw the mains on it, Bitcoin, do top 10 or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, you live and learn, you know. But at the end of the day, yeah, you gotta be a little careful on some of that kind of thing. True. You know, there's a lot of people, they maybe put 5% in it, right? Hey, thanks, Study. Oh, no worries, Kale. It's no big deal. I wonder if we could maybe set up a little cool bot, like this already exists, I guess, but like for any PRs on our repos, I'll just do a little review. I haven't done that yet. You might have that in your company, Kale. A lot of people do, but for ours, it'd be kind of cool. All right, that sounds pretty good. I mean, we could just add in a bunch of ETFs with like that track the crypto coins, I guess. That would just be simple. Do you think people will be satisfied with that, or will they want more information? I guess it's not a, never mind, that's not a great thing because it's not one-to-one, right? Like these exchanges can be, I mean, these ETFs can be a little off, right? Plus the price is technically different, so that'll confuse people. Nice. That's funny. Honestly, though, that's a lot better because, you know, some people, you know, especially when you just start, right? Like new people that join, you know, let's say they're right out of college, and it's a very common thing. You make a PR, you're gonna get tons of comments. It's almost better if like the AI is doing it to you. You know, it doesn't feel personal. It's like you join, the AI tells you suck. It's like, well, it doesn't. It's just. So I kind of like that aspect as well. I think it's yeah, and they can, you know, it's set how the people want for the people who made the repo. It's set how they want it, right? And it's not like it's nothing personal. Like, this is just our style and whatever, right? And the AI will help you just fix the stupid, you know, little nitpicks here. Crypto ETFs don't work. All right, cool. So how can we hook up this data? We're just going to start with probably the top, we'll call it the top 10 coins, I guess, and we'll get it from somewhere, but where are we going to get it first? So let's start with that. Yeah, you just go ahead and make a little doc, actually. Just make a doc. We're going to go through it later. Put it here. Crypto, hypothetically. Hey, Codename Zulu, welcome. Okay, so I found the logs in E2B. That's good. That'll make it easier to figure out what happened. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. It doesn't keep a master log, though? Maybe it doesn't. Wait, this is, so you're telling me these sandboxes, there's no way we can actually check what, okay, if this is the case, right, we actually have to expand out our error handling, right, to print things that we can, to give us a response back that, here's what we know. This error is not the problem, right? It's probably related to the versioning. Basically, my guess is you chose an outdated E2B library, and you're using an import that is no longer there, maybe. So what I want you to do now is like look up the most recent E2B version, make sure that that is what is installed on the Sandbox and on my computer. And then you're going to need to validate that the import that you used is still valid for that version. Maybe that's what it is. Could be. Granted, if that's the issue, you'd think it would catch it in the tests. So this is a little bit interesting. I'm not sure what it is. You can get it from Comex Futures. Thanks, Tails. I'll go. Yeah, you crypto guys could help me out with this. I know so little about where to get this data, but we'll figure it out. So Comex Futures is potentially one. Yeah, I don't really want it from Y Finance though. We're migrating away from this. Hey, my name's not Rick. This is a investor tool. You can track your portfolio, export. I mean, you can do a lot of things. You got Data Explorer. I don't really like how laggy takes a while to load, so maybe we'll investigate that. So this is us adding our transactions. Hey, thanks, Tails Algo. Let's check if that you might not be able to use that commercially though. So we're trying to make sure what we add. So the Coinbase feed for the for crypto, probably you can't use that commercially, right? Or just tell us, what their pricing is. Also consider Codex or. Hey, thanks, Andre. Consider. What's it called? Oh, Comex Futures. Pretty butchered that. This yeah. So in this doc here, go ahead and remove the. We're not going to use Y Finance for this, certainly. Give me some other options. Consider these. I'll put these two. Figure out what we can use commercially. That's kind of our goal. Hey, user, that's what we're gonna. One of our to-dos is we're going to try to make a document or maybe a tool rather for a set of tools. I would say to help people design better with these AI tools, because that is one of the things that is going to be useful for us going forward, but also for other people. That is a very common issue, is that what you make, it looks AI, and it looks fine, right? It looks fine, but it just doesn't look, has a very distinctive look. And if you're making a website, people can immediately see, hey, this is just some AI website. I certainly can. And then I check, is this an actual company? I look on LinkedIn, it's one person. It's like, okay, this is like, I mean, maybe it's a real company, but that's probably what other people will do too. So if you have something that looks different, that kind of sets you apart. And so we're going to build a bunch of tools. We're going to open source. We already open source some of them. Some people are helping out, which is real cool. Thanks, Gail. for helping out here. But yeah, we're going to keep open sourcing tools. So hopefully you guys find them useful. I'm like 90% sure it's some versioning thing. I have to just bot LinkedIn. Yeah. Hey, thanks, user. Yeah, it's a good way to get sued. There are people that have gotten into trouble scraping LinkedIn, but I think he was just saying maybe like so we don't have to check ourselves. We just like see a company, run a little script. Is this a real company? The script is just, is this a real company? Maybe you make that a website. One annoying thing that's happened a few times to me when I'm querying and kind of like figuring out what's, you know, maybe API to use, what commercial, what data sets to use is that exact thing. AI will give me a thing, it'll sound perfect, and then I go look, it's like, it's actually not a real company. It's sort of just like a landing page. And yeah, so that kind of stinks sometimes, because then I get excited. I'm like, this is perfect. All right. Cool. So we have some options. Fantastic. It sounds pretty good. I'm guessing their free version is somewhat generous, I hope. So let's talk about CoinMarketCap. What's their free version limits? Create a bunch. Oh, well, true. I actually haven't encountered that yet. I guess they figure probably not a lot of people are checking LinkedIn to see. But yeah, I guess you could just do that. I mean, what stops you from creating? I'm not recommending it, but or you could just have your family be employees. That would work. But so far, no one that I've seen is doing that, as far as I know. That is not true, right? So what you've said is very not true. It is 100% something to do with the sandbox itself. And I think what's happening is the error that's coming back is not reflecting. It's not a totally accurate error, right? I suppose our next step here is you're going to add comprehensive logging in this particular region so we can get a better understanding, and then we're going to run it again. Let me change the song. So I couldn't do any historical data, unfortunately, which would be kind of fun. That's kind of the point, a little bit. just be price data. We could do that. We could see if there's probably some open source data set that might be at MIT. Yeah, can you answer my question though, specifically with the CMC free tier? What are the total amounts of credits we can do per month, and you give me an estimate how many users could this support on the free plan? Oh, nice. That's great, Kale. Fantastic. I'm actually really happy that you like it, and thanks for making those changes too. Feel free to add any other tools as well. Okay, realistic estimate for Prism. So 10,000, that's pretty good, I think. Oh, right, we could always cache some of the prices and make it work. Yeah, this is good, okay. So cool, we could add this. All right, let's add this to the doc. I think we're gonna go with CMC. Cool. Yeah, me too. I was working on it yesterday. It's a lot of fun. It's very easy to spend a lot of time. Fantastic. Although these logs don't actually help. So do you understand why these logs don't help? Because the sandbox is ephemeral, so you can't read the logs. So whatever we do has to be sent in the response while we're testing. I guess double check me here though. Is there any other way we can more effectively debug this? Or is this definitely what we have to do? Like, is there some sort of logs I can go into on E2B? That might be the whole point of it, though. That it's totally ephemeral, so there's no logs anywhere. I wouldn't be surprised. That makes a lot of sense. That's how that works. So the sandbox, if you guys are wondering, that's like, we're adding this so that way, the only way that we can support any data set is we have to have a sandbox where we can execute LLM generated code, right? Very dangerous idea. So you use the service E2B, very popular. You send the code there, it executes on a VM, nothing, and then it just nukes it. You know, nothing is there. You can't. There's no environment variables there. You know, it's literally just the code that's going to run, and then it sends the response back based on running that code. That's kind of the way you got to do it. There's no other way we could support any data set, really. Because it would just be, you know, so many ways the data set could be. It could be not cleaned, you know, so you have to rely on the LLM generated code. Like, that's like, yeah, anyways. I don't think you understand the situation here. This error, I'm like, it's coming from E2B, right? But you're adding logs for our local instance. Is my understanding correct here? Because this is what we've talked about, and that's kind of... I mean, maybe. Double check me here. But we do have it installed, so that's could be kind of confusing. Well, we'll double check. I believe I already ran these commands, but we will run them again. Oh, you're joking. Wow, that was the issue the whole time. Okay, cool. So this hopefully will work now. I could have sworn we ran this command, but I guess somehow we didn't. It's fine. We were multitasking. All right, cool. We might need a little bit of caching, like you mentioned. Okay, let's list out our options, right? If we don't put any caching, how many users could we support on the free plan? I assume they, I don't know, maybe check, the average user is going to check like 10 times a day. Oh, cool. Let's do this slow refactor. Was here. Nice. He was here. Let's do the first two. Let's just do one at a time. With refactors, you got to go slow because. So we're going to start with the credit service. The only thing I'm going to tell you is you need to absolutely make sure change nothing about it. And you're going to need to update the tests. Anything that is testing the credit service, we're going to update. And before I do any of those kinds of changes, I'm going to start up the music, but I'm also going to commit everything. Refactors are dangerous. I think I'm being rate limited again by the Suno or something. I'm going to download these songs, I think, and just play them. Let's create a little music player locally. Because I'm getting annoyed by the Suno situation. Create a new project. This is going to be our local music player. It's just going to cycle through a bunch of files and just play them. And that's all it does. Put it in this folder. And just leave a folder for me to put all the songs. Yeah, exactly, Tails. I'm starting with no caching, kind of, it's more of like a conservative estimate, I would say. And then we know like the worst case probably. Okay, like 30 users. Yeah, we definitely will have a little bit of caching though. Oh, for best viewers. Okay, we'll make this little music player. Maybe we make a new Suno UI as well, because there's a lot of weird things with Suno. Like, I feel like their models are good, but just a little bit of weird stuff. As far as like when I switch pages, like I go to the create, it'll stop playing and all sorts of things like this. It's also not allowing me to download. Let me try another browser. Okay, I got it. We're back. But we're still gonna make this music player. Enough is enough. I have little hotkeys. Can I make like a cool UI for it? Like, can we make it like super retro music player? I want it to be like a desktop app though. And let's choose like what's we're gonna use to make this first, so don't start. The long-term vision of this project is once Suno releases its API, we're going to just use this instead. Get too lost in the sauce. Yes. It's so addicting, man. Like, especially if you knew what it was like to make stuff before. I made my own little music player a long time ago, and it took me probably a week of kind of playing around with it. But we can literally make it a decent version of that, probably like, I don't know, 4 hours, maybe a little less, actually. All right, let's choose what stack we're using. I noticed some people recommend in the chat Tauri. Electron's kind of a mixed bag. Some people say They like it, some people don't. We'll just do Tauri. Well, let's talk about the drawbacks, but let's do the pros and cons of the stacks. Just go through real quick and teach me a little bit of stuff. When would we choose each one? So we can close this one. We've kind of answered this question. All right, let's go ahead and let's start implementing this, I would say. I'm not going to run it quite yet. I'm going to test E2B now that we downloaded the stuff. Appears to have frozen somehow. Interesting. I'm going to make a new window. I think I'm okay sending this at the moment because we don't have much in our pipeline here. I'm not going to commit this quite yet. I'm going to keep the logs because we might need it. And the docs is fine, actually. Market research. Yeah, it's kind of, the inspiration is like, for me, was listening to the Drunken Miller podcast, and he's like, every day I get 250 charts on macroeconomic data based on what happened. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to personalize what they get every day for the type of investor they are. We use AI to do that. Summaries, we run scripts to get historical context based on signals that they care about. So, hey, they have this position, I'm this type of investor. So when you go in your preferences, right now we're starting up the backend. So let me go ahead and run it. I notice it's freezing in our, oh, I see what's going on. Wow, this took a long time. What is this? Oh, this is just a new version. I'm gonna close this one. The other one appears to be progressing slow, but I'm curious. Cool, so you can set like what type of investor you are. And so you might ask, what is this, how is it different? I've never really seen anything quite like this, like the package that we offer, as far as like, it's kind of like, this is what you would use for all your, I would say, if you're not really a super advanced user, you know, you have like a Bloomberg terminal and all these things, you can use this for your research and what you need to know. You go to the Data Explorer, not DoorDash, and you can get everything you need to know. Stock information. We might add crypto. We're considering this, but not totally sure yet. We did a little exploration of what we'd need to do to add crypto. I think we should fix whatever's going on. I notice sometimes there is slow loading on this page. Oh, I see. This is Alpha Vantage issue. Let's go ahead and take a look. What's going on here? 443. we're getting this issue from Alpha Vantage. Let's go ahead and investigate. We should not be getting these, so therefore we must be calling too often. There's some sort of, check the portfolio page. That'd be cool. Should buy Wrap with Cloud and another AI. I didn't buy a Warp. Warp is a free thing. I use it just to manage my terminals for the running the dev environment. I don't use it for the cloud code though. I just use iTerm. I have the DOM selector of a keybind for capturing the DOM, plus console logs or network. Very cool. Very cool. I feel like that's a really good idea, right? Okay, so you have one hotkey, that would be image plus DOM. Another hotkey, add more things. Image plus DOM plus this. Maybe you could even customize it. We could add a little interface about this tool, right? It's like you can set whatever hotkey to the series of things that you can grab from the web page. So that way, whatever the user, their use case, maybe they care more about, like they're trying to audit their performance more often of their pages, then they have a hotkey, boom. It would be really cool, like you said, if you select a certain element, somehow it's able to get the network calls for that element. That's a really interesting idea. I think you can do that. And then you could analyze how quick was the load speed when it reloads. That's a little tricky, I think, but it could be interesting. It would have to be a long-running script though, because it actually has to profile it, which that is a little, but it's doable, right? Just gotta. I think it's a cool idea. I would use it too. Like right now, right? And every once in a while, I have to sit down and be like, all right, we got to optimize it a little bit because it's kind of slow. Yeah, it's a cool idea. I like it. Do it. I think it might be we're fetching a little bit too much for our portfolio graphs from Alpha Vantage, so we'll take a look. Should not do it for one user though. That's a little strange. I'm a little curious what's going on there. Maybe we're still using the free API key. It's possible we didn't move. Or maybe it's down. Could be. Oh, great. We got a different error. That's good. We'll take a look at the logs. Let's go ahead and start with just the with just the backend changes. I make this a separate service, so this should be a totally scoped change to start here, so no integration really. Yeah. Dude, it's gonna be crazy. Let's do it together as we go. We'll just make the ultimate repo for development for Hammerspoon scripts. It'll have like 500 tools. Or you could select what you like. Sorta, exactly, yep. Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. You know, depends what you're doing. Some people are trying to optimize for the page load. Some people doing design like what we're doing. Just depends on the project. Let's see, I want to read a little bit more about this. Oh, it's a Rust. Backend, that's probably why people were recommending. Newer ecosystem. I want to try it though. Could be really fast. Granted, with training data, you know, if we're going to build this with AI, this little music player, we maybe should just rely on what has the most training data. Technically, we could run a little experiment. Build 2 of them at the same time. This is not a complicated app. Yeah, it's just Utari. I mean, it's not a complicated app, so it should be able to... It's not like we're building... a rocket or anything. Hey, Jay-Z. We're coding with AI. So these are our terminals. Helps us make things. Yeah, it's fast. Very fast. I spent a little time a while back learning Elixir, but I couldn't really find a project that could really take advantage of what it's good at. I think it's cool though. Actually, we could tidy on that a little bit, just for fun. It's hard not to get to... Okay, I won't do that. It's a little too off topic for what we're doing. Maybe some other time. I'll do it on Sunday. Add that to the list. This is necessary for the stream, though, I would say. Yeah, go ahead. But, you know, before you continue, please look up the most recent version. Do not install old things, please. Yeah, but I don't understand, why would we ever hit Alpha Vantage timeouts on our plan, like our current plan? Please do this analysis. This doesn't really make sense to me. We are, we'll let it investigate. So you might need to look up the docs and look up information. Do we have any tests for credit service? We probably need to add these. It's actually really important to add these tests. You gotta learn Rust. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it does feel like that, you know. A little bit. Definitely there's some atrophy, right? If you rely on it too much, just certain types of skills, you know. You might learn some other things, but why that just randomly came up, but I do not allow it. Before I continue though, I'm going to double check the version. Great. Let's double check though. This is one thing you might, if you're doing stuff like this, always double check the versions. Because it's really annoying when it installs outdated stuff. All right, great. So we're building some tests. This is important. I think we didn't have tests. So for this particular service, important to have the tests. This is our service for deducting credits from the user when they for our pro users. Right, so I'm gonna get the logs here for this particular error. We're gonna feed it back. I wonder if it's related. It could be to the Alpha Vantage thing we're running into at the moment. I'm not sure why we have to fetch. So take a look at this. I'm not seeing any logs about what we got back from E2B. We need to add that because that's going to help us figure out the error. So we added some tests, so we added 39 tests, but I really want a couple end-to-end tests here. So let's go ahead and start with, you're going to go create some end-to-end tests, and it's going to start from the chat endpoint and just make sure that it's deducting. So not just unit tests here, integration and end-to-end tests. Hey, just vibing. Yeah, we're grinding. Just really exactly, yeah. Definitely, you're much more product. You're forced to be much more product focused, right? It's like, actually, you have to figure out how is this going to look. I have to think about the user. Yeah, and I actually like that personally, but not everyone. Maybe that's not everyone's thing. They might not like that. Cool. I'm gonna go grab this API key. I will do this and tell you guys how that goes. Hopefully we get that integrated. I don't really see any downsides. So the idea is you come in here, you can add your, so this is the same error we're currently running into about Alpha Vantage. So we'll see what's going on there. But I don't see any disadvantage to putting in, allowing people to put in the coins if they care about that. Yeah, definitely not. I understand someone doesn't vibe with what we do. Okay, got our API key. This CoinMarketCap website's actually kind of good. Cool, so bring it back. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, TJ, feel free to ask any questions, man. It's supposed to be kind of open, you know, open for people to ask whatever things, and don't worry if you feel like it's. I know there's a lot of information here. Maybe I'll put this in the chat so you can maybe read a little bit about our tools, what we're using. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, in other words, we're fetching way too much data on the portfolio page. So we kind of hit like a rate limit. So let's try to avoid that in the future. I'll maybe make some tests for that as well, so we don't do that again. Because I'd rather make sure that we can support a decent amount of users. If we have things like that, we'll run into it later. Ah, I see. This was the issue. When we ran our install, we saved it to the wrong folder for our Python environment. So yeah, let's fix that. That makes sense. Take classes on vibe coding. Nope, but maybe one day. Let me know about the PR. Don't like anything, send it back my way. All right, sounds good. I'll catch you later, man. Vibe coding through the night, respect that. I've done that a few times. I'll definitely check it out. Cool, let's test our little music player. This is a little bit of a deviation, but it's important for me to be able to keep my music going. Suno has not been very dependable. So let's check this out. So we made a little music player. We will investigate how we can get it running. This is our first error here. Make sure that this is just an import error, so just go ahead and make sure that you have installed everything you need. Okay. So explain to me, you're gonna make a little doc here. Explain to me the how our caching is working for the pricing on the portfolio page, because it's kind of important. Put it in this doc here. We're going to create tests for it as well, because if we mess it up, then we're not going to be able to support as many users as we would like to, and that we could end up wasting money, because if we upgrade or whatever. And some other ones over here. So these are new end-to-end tests. Let's take a look real quick, but we're just going to run them and see if they pass. We're doing a little bit of a refactor on one of our on our user service. We're going to make tests because we didn't have it on any tests for a particular area that's important. If we don't have tests for the credit service, then potentially, if there's a bug, someone could get infinite credits, waste money. We do have rate limits, however, on users, but that would not be good. There were bugs, so we're going to create a bunch of them. Sounds like these tests have passed, and we have tested it, so I feel reasonably good about it ourselves manually. All right, cool. All right, Rich, yet you gotta check back tomorrow. I'll let you know. Just keep checking back. Let's investigate. How does this work? Why does it need my admin email? I'm gonna make a small change. I'm just gonna make it so I don't have unlimited credits. I'll just make it. You never know. This isn't dev though, so I'll probably do it later. This is our crypto data scripts. Let's go ahead and check. I usually committing things separately, so we can always undo each feature individually. It's kind of a nice practice. But I'm going to check that we have everything that we need. Okay, it's running it. The reason I'm running it over here, sometimes Cloud Code likes to read the .env file. So whenever I add an API key or anything like this, I run it separately on the other screen. But it has finished. Just in case it tries to do something a little janky. So it's kind of a nice little thing. It's created a little doc that we can review on how our caching works for the portfolio page. We're going to review it ourselves because, oh, it looks like our crypto stuff is working. Great. Let's go ahead and we're going to implement this, but just start with the backend first. I'm going to wait on that chat a little bit because I want to commit some stuff. So this is our fetch script, appears to be working. This is our portfolio caching. Oh, this is part of the portfolio caching. Details in Washington. Yeah, well, we should have it hopefully soon. So this is our credit service that just a refactor. So I'm gonna just call it a refactor. I do Icefinger. I actually really like Perplexity. It's great for research. Very fast. I don't use it in my development much, but when I'm researching options for, let's say, an API or whatever, it tends to be pretty fast and pretty good. I like using it. There's just some logs. Well, we'll commit it. Logs for. Just some tests for our credit service. Docs. This is just bringing in some data that we don't want to keep really. Just test data. Nice. Same time zone. So you're up late too, or I guess not that late. All right, let's test our little music player. Oh, nice. Wait, this actually kind of cool. All right, but this is supposed to be a desktop app as well. So how do I deploy that to my computer? So this is a desktop app too, right? So how can I get that running? So this is, we're using Tari, which Rust apparently. So this is gonna be fast. So we're gonna just plug in all of our Suno songs. That way it stops randomly pausing and whatever. This is cool. Very nostalgic. Cool. I believe we already installed it, but just double check. And can you double check that it's installed? I believe it is. You can go ahead and run all the commands. I trust you. Not very... So now we can run. Okay, cool. So I'm going to test this again, but I need to restart start this stuff. The backend. To pick up the new environment variables. Can you go ahead? Can you list the endpoints for Alpha Vantage to grab the earnings transcripts? We tried it earlier today, but we didn't actually get what error we were getting. I think we probably just didn't call it right. Look up the updated docs on how to get this. Oh, nice. Check it out. We got our little... It's kind of cool. But I kind of want it to be... I kind of want it to be just the thing. You know, I don't want the surrounding blackness. So I'm going to use our screenshot tool that we made. So this is cool, but I would like it to not have the surrounding. I just want it to just be the retro player. Do you understand what I'm saying? No surrounding darkness. So I just send that. That's going to be pending while it. I see it's running in the process. I'm going to cancel it. I would like you to remove the darkness around the retro player. We just want it to be just the retro player window. No darkness around it. Cool. I'll open source that, I suppose. If anyone wants it, but it's pretty quick. Nice. Almost. No flashing. Yeah, so no flashing. Do not like that. And go ahead and remove the white around it as well. Also, go ahead and add a section for me to upload the music files through the interface. So that way I don't have to. Go ahead and add upload, so that way I don't have to. I can just upload through the interface, and I don't have to. There. Oh, I see it has a drag and drop. We'll test that, I suppose. And it's also stuck on the screen, so we'll remove that as well. It's also stuck on the screen, so I should be able to drag it, etc. So you broke some sort of kind of native window management thing. Hey, Bravo, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice. Oh, cool. I still can't move it, but it does have a nice interface. You guys can't see it at the moment. Now we're going to go ahead and integrate the crypto endpoints to the portfolio page. Basically, they should be able to... Actually, we might not need to integrate anything, now that I think about it. Double check me on this. I still can't drag... So, great changes, but I still cannot drag the window around. Do you know what I'm talking about? So before you continue, verify your understanding. Wow, they even made a really cool icon. Look at this. What the heck? That's cool. Is that the default though for Tori? Because it might be just the Tori icon. Oh, that's just the Tori icon. Okay. Oh, that's a cool logo. Yeah, exactly. You remove the native title bar. You don't need to do that. You can have that. Should be able to resize it as well. You know, standard stuff. I did kind of like it how it looked before. Is there any way we can achieve that? Okay, so I did kind of like how it looked before without the title bar. Is there any way we can achieve being able to drag around, drag it around the, like a normal window without it? Because it does look cool, but with that said, it's not possible. It is what it is. Hey, thanks, man. All right, let's go ahead and test the crypto thing. Interesting. Can I, so does this already work? Like, can I already add crypto coins and stuff on the front end? Is everything integrated? So I'll just double check. We're probably at tests and everything. It's not like super high priority or anything, but. Do you understand what I'm saying though? Like being able to drag the window across the screen. This is a Mac OS thing, right? So you actually have to do research. Is it possible to do what I'm asking? If not, again, so this is a Mac OS question, right? It's not a Tori question of like, you need to figure out, did Tori allow us to drag a window around the screen without the title bar? Still using 3.9 here. Why? So I noticed we're using Python 3.9. I think we're just going to get rid of this because it's kind of annoying that you're using that a lot. Like we have, so for our project, we're using Python 3.12. Just go ahead and uninstall Python 3.9 and then continue what you're doing. Okay, so on Mac OS, completely removing the title bar. Oh, you can use a transparent bar. Sure, let's do it. Let's see what it looks like. And you're wondering what we're doing. I'm making this little music player as a side thing because Suno keeps rate limiting my music, so we're just doing a little, but it's not part of the thing that we're working on. It's just one of our terminals running, doing that. All right, cool. Oh, macOS needs the 3.9. Interesting. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, well, it's actually good that it caught that then. It's like, I asked it to uninstall Python 3.9, and it's like, okay, you shouldn't actually do that. I'm like, oh, okay. Fine. So let's move on to the next thing. We haven't fully integrated. We haven't fully done the crypto changes. We have the fetching, but I'm actually gonna check something out of curiosity. So great. If any of you guys are working on your own projects, something that is helpful is the project level prompts. So for example, right, for us, we're deploying these are publicly accessible endpoints now, right? Because we've deployed it, it's very important that any additional endpoints that we add require auth, And so sometimes it would add endpoints without doing that, right? But we add it to our system prompts. That way, while we're developing, we don't have to keep prompting it over and over again. Hey, please add the decorators, add the things. So it just makes it a little easier. We've done this global level system prompts, but it seems like this particular system prompt is working quite well with the project level because we had some issues with the system level prompts. Sometimes it's not respected. Do not respect my wishes. So yeah, that's good. Cool. We do not need these, so I discard them. And I will commit these. Yeah, definitely, be careful. Like, you really got to review, deploying to the public. I think if you're just starting something, you should probably just do for yourself. Prototypes, once you learn what you need to know, then you can shift to the public stuff. Very important you understand how to protect your endpoints. That's like the things that people could potentially mess with you. They see a public endpoint, they will call it a million times, ramp up your costs, or do even worse things potentially. So it's just that's one of the most important things. That and rate limiting. Yeah. Very good. Security is just layers, so you just add more and more things. So auth, rate limiting, that's kind of what I do too. That is what I do. And that's, this thing is a tool, right? Like it's like a tool. But you gotta know the basics before publicly doing, especially if you're storing user data, things like this. Very important. All right, so I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and it's fine. This particular thing, we need to respect. We could technically build a little Hammerspoon script or something, but I feel like that's a little too much for this. So that didn't work. Let's just go ahead and it's fine. You can have the title bar. It's okay. There it is. Are there any cool, like, there's a lot of things you can do with the Google Cloud Console CLI. Is there any cool tools for visualizations and logs that are open source? I just want to take a look at that. Something that's really well known though. No libraries under like 100 stars. This kind of thing. Or service, no, not libraries, but. Go ahead and finish the rest. I think it's small enough. You can go ahead. Go ahead and implement the drag and drop audio files. Looks like that's not implemented yet. And do Grafana. Any desktop apps though? I could maybe make one. The Tori. Be very fast. I'm looking at this screen right now. Yeah, exactly. But this one's doing the same one, so I close it because it's not necessary. All right, we're going to build one using Tari. We're going to build our own little... first out, before we begin, we're going to create a little doc. It's going to be all of the cool things we can do with the Google Cloud CLI. And then we're going to develop a list of features that we're going to include in our desktop app for that. Nope, this is what I do. I've been doing this for a while. It'd be hard to do 8 hours otherwise. This is just a little side thing. Working on. We're working on adding crypto to the site. I gotta start up the service, I think. Oh, I see. I can't do... Wait, why would it do that? Okay, it's just a little... Oh, I see. Year to date. Gosh. Only like 2 days. Nice. Save the transaction. It's good. What is it doing? What are you doing? This is strange. Oh, we got our drag drop. Let me drag drop some files into the retro player. Very good user interface. Wow, okay. I know. What the... Download. Nice. Okay, cool. So let's test that. I'll bring it over here. Okay. Not quite. So it looks like there's probably some error on play. There's 2 things I want you to validate. Number 1, that this is actually saving to a folder because it should be persisted. You should have like a... should be saved when the user uploads it. Number two, make sure to investigate. Actually, give me the command, because we actually want to be able to run this in terminal so we can keep track of the logs easily. It looks like it's in your background task, so I guess you can probably find it there, but there's didn't play the music, so there's probably some error. Fair enough. We're going to add saving locally, but we will stop doing that. I'm running this again because it may be fixed. We will see. I think the last error was the rate limiting thing. Cool. Maybe crypto is here. Let's check. I'm going to add something. 1 BTC. Let me delete all the things so we can see if the graph is right. Oh, nice. Just appears to have messed up the... Actually, not exactly sure what I messed up here. Let's take a screenshot. Looks like the portfolio chart has a different value than the value of the BTC. You have any idea? I'm actually curious what this is, so go ahead and let me know. So I'm going to start this up in here. I got this error. It's probably related to just something in the path. I ran this command. Yeah, so this looks like an area we missed. We are removing this, but focus on that later. Yeah, so we're definitely not using white finance for this. Do you understand what we're doing here? We're using CoinMarketCap for crypto data. Wi-Fi nets. So close. So I want you to list all the things that we could do with I think I'm going to focus on the logging aspect of it. It's kind of nice to be able to very quickly read the logs without having to jump into Google Cloud. Actually, you know, before we begin, list all the things that. Let's start with, do you think this is useful actually for most people? Give me a list of cool ideas that this would help with our workflow, specifically for this desktop app. So if you guys are wondering why I'm doing this, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's why. I like these little workflow things. I'll probably see if that would be useful for us though, before I begin. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying this hobbyist tier, we can't actually look at historical data, only the recent pricing. Is this kind of the situation? I mean, the current free tier, you can't do historical data. How's it going, Shloman? Shloman. Collect window instances. We have, they're not all running. In fact, none are running right at this moment. But we have 6 open. Kind of a cool feature. Let's try it. There's a warp feature. We're getting this error. Let's have you run it. See if you get the same error and you can try to fix it. A user, it's a investor tool, but we're working on some workflow tools at the same time. All right, we got to double check here. Double, triple check. Can this be used commercially? I asked you before, but I'm going to ask him or her, depending on who he is, / she. But I'm also going to ask Perplexity. It. I'll call it an it. It's probably, it's not really a person. So Perplexity, tell me whether I can use the CMC free plan commercially. Probably not. I'm going to start up Suno again. Hell yeah. I'm actually really happy about this. We got our sandboxing working. So this is a really good next step for us to be able to support arbitrary data sets for users. I thought it would take a while, so I'm happy about that. Nice. So what this did, sends a request to E2B, Sandbox, executes some LLM code, nukes it, comes back with a response. Yeah, the reason I was like a little bit, it's because it's literally called hobbyist tier. So I was like, there's no way the free tier is commercial use and they wouldn't call it hobbyist. So yeah, that's sort of the situation. So given this, we probably will not include the crypto data, unfortunately. Unless we find another provider. Wait, given that this is, this is a little bit different situation, right? All of this stuff is on the blockchain, right? So is there no open source data sets that we can use for historical purposes? We could potentially do some sort of historical data, because there's probably someone who compiled a historical list, and that would not be necessarily, we could potentially use it. So I don't think we committed any crypto things yet. Let me look. Yeah, we didn't. Good. So I'll just discard it if we've just one script isn't connected to anything. Maybe we'll just keep it there in case we ever do decide to use something. Or if we have enough users, then we can pay for the data. Oh, EODHD has it. Interesting. Yeah, it's not so easy. Some of this stuff, this getting data, kind of to do research as, if you want to sell it, you know what I mean? Okay, here's a question, right? So we can get this historical data potentially. However, what stops us from getting the price data? I mean, again, it's decentralized. Why do we need them again? For specifically the price data, right? Like the current, maybe some 15-30 minute delayed price data. Can you just like query? Oh, but the actual prices aren't decentralized, right? It's the... Yeah, that's right. Okay, the prices themselves, isn't that set by the exchanges? I'm not totally sure. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, the prices come from... It's the same thing as the stock market, right? Prices come from the exchanges. Gotcha. Same situation. From FinHub, how much would we pay to get the transcripts? Historical transcripts. So supposedly CoinLore, let me look at what Perplexity said. Oh, trailing comma, okay. Nice. Okay, we got it set up. Now we'll be able to see errors. Let me go ahead and drag in a file. Looks like that drag and drop was broken. No errors. Any idea? Because they did add the actual uploading, so that's probably what broke it. So I'm asking Perplexity about the CoinLore thing. Wait, I mean, what do you mean? This sounds way too good to be true. I mean, tell me. I mean, what's the situation here? Why would all of this be free? No rate limits? What are you talking about? Okay, a lot of questions, right? Number one, how do they even have the price data to sell, right? They're not an exchange. So there's like a million questions about what you're talking about. It's probably just one of these like landing pages that's like not real. So I will not be excited about that kind of stuff anymore. Yeah. It's definitely, we've spent quite a lot of time on the, just getting the understanding of how, I think when it comes to especially financial things, that it's just the exchanges have monopolies over the price data. So it's a little bit, to get it, you gotta kind of pay a bit, unfortunately. It's just what it is. Hey, thanks, Zeb. Appreciate it. Okay, let me open this real quick. Let me see if this is working. Might have to reload it though. Did you, do we have hot reloading on this thing? Let me try it. I would check actually. I'm gonna run this again. We gotta wait. Hey Exodus, how's it going? Working on an investor tool. It's the inspiration for this. Listen to Drunken Miller, and he said on a podcast, he gets tons of data every morning, gets tons of charts based on what happened today. So the idea is we will feed you information based on the type of investor you are. What do you care about? What are your positions? What themes are you looking to invest in? Maybe you're interested in mergers. Maybe you're interested in the Ozempic theme and you want ideas and data around that. You put in your approach, time horizon, and we will feed you information using AI to summarize the news. We will run back testing based on what happened today. So for example, let's say it was really low volume day. Maybe it went down a lot, maybe different conditions. We make the scripts, it's all automated and it runs, creates all the charts. And we're making more and more. So more and more personalization. That's the idea there. But it also, we're stacking tools. That's kind of like the beginning of the funnel, right? They like this tool, awesome. But we stack more and more tools on top of it. This is free. The model for this is free as far as like, you can sign up for the newsletter. We will give you all the non-personalized information, some of the charts, some of the news, but in order to get the personalized information and the tools that we offer, talking with the AI, creating your own charts, uploading your own data sets to create charts with, using our data explorer, show, which we will link. This part actually may be some of this is free, right? The macroeconomic government data. This would be the idea behind this is people can try it out, see if they like this interface. They can save their collections, but some of it is locked, and that's going to be, DCFs, earnings transcripts, things like this for individual companies. That would also be locked. So that this is the general gist overview of what we're working on. Right now we're thinking about adding crypto stuff, but whenever you add data, you have to figure out exactly the landscape. And I don't know much about the landscape when it comes to how to get the crypto data. So I'm learning about it and to be available commercially, to sell. So sometimes when you're doing research like this, you'll find some like random website that claims a lot of good things. And then you look into it and this appears to be the case. It was saying no API key needed, no rate limits, commercial use of, it's like, okay, yeah, probably not. No business model. So it's probably just some landing page. Actually, let's go look it up. What is this? Coin lore. Looks pretty legit, but maybe it's ads. I mean, it has ads. Thanks, man. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So realistically speaking, what's the minimum we would have to pay to get to the price data used commercially? It sounds like it's probably 80 a month. Hey, thanks, Zeb. We probably will not pay 80 a month for the crypto data, but maybe if we got enough users, paying users, we would add it. Like we got maybe 10. There'd have to be enough people interested in crypto data for us to add it. I think for now, what we'll do, there's some ETFs. We'll just, when the user puts in BTC, we'll just tell them, hey, we're just gonna, like, you can put in this instead. We could do something like that. Let me log in again. Compacting, actually interesting. I thought it would compact at 95%, but it's seems to be doing at 80. So that's good to know. Yeah, same thing, Tails, same situation. I think I've come to the conclusion, crypto pricing data very similar to stock market data as far as trying to get the data to use commercially, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries. No, absolutely. Definitely, you weren't the first to ask. Many people have asked, are we going to add the crypto data? And at this point, I was like, all right, let's investigate this. But maybe one day. We'll still add the ETFs, though. So if people enter in crypto, they'll still have it, technically. But they just have to keep in mind it's not one-to-one, so it's a little bit off. And the pricing's a little, it's different. Unfortunate. So right now we're in closed beta. We're using Alpha Vantage for our data. So as we go, we're going to upgrade our plan because it wouldn't support many users. So we'll see. Depends how many people use it. Okay, so we updated our doc. I think that's good for now. It's funny, Cloud says, let's just table this for now. That's exactly what I was going to say. So I'm going to just put this in another branch. We'll check back later. I'll just commit the doc. Says CMC. So we have it all hooked up. When we are willing to spend it, we will have it available. So not main at the moment. We gotta update our git ignore on main. So I'm gonna remove these because these are no longer hooked up. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to save this as a checkpoint. So we'll just call this, let's save our conversation context here. So this will be CMC tier, or CMC commercial data, crypto. Let me check if this is working now. For the drag and drop, can you just go ahead and implement, just make it so I can, just upload it via the file explorer, because it might be a little bit easier. Let's put this over here. Yeah, FinHub, pretty expensive. It's hard to get the earnings transcripts as well. There is an open source repo, but unfortunately it's doesn't have the full transcripts. I suppose investigate the other ones as well. Worth checking. Also check the EODHD as well as Tingo for their earnings transcripts. We can work on the landing page a little bit. We do have a current problem, which is that on many devices, this landing page renders pretty weird, according to our analytics stuff. So I'm just gonna double check that it looks okay. On production for us, only us though. I don't know how about it looks like for you guys. So for our landing page, our analytics post hog is showing us that a lot of people, this is rendering very strangely. It could be, we've tested on Chrome and Safari, but I think what we need to do is just do a little bit of an audit here. There's enough people, it's probably 60% have some weird, either the chart is rendered in some strange place, or the scrolling is appearing to be really, really fast. Like they just fly through it in like 2 seconds. There's just a few components of this that we have to consider, I think. The different devices, and I need you to look at the library we're using. It's GSAP. Maybe it's related to this. Look up if there's like documented problems on different devices. Look at our strategies for rendering positions. I think there might be something to that, because I've noticed that it tends to be the first phase tends to render the weirdest for some people. Yeah, I just scroll and I had to figure out, I had to scroll down for, yeah. I see. Yeah, we gotta work on this. We'll just do a little bit every day. It's worth the effort to get it looking good and user friendly. Cool. So we don't need this anymore. Oh, I actually didn't want to clear that. That's okay. Can you look at Tingo and Polygon and EODHD for the earnings transcripts pricing? I can clear this as well. I might save this actually. Oh, this is an old one, so it doesn't have the new automation. So I suppose I'll just clear it and restart it. I think we're good. as far as that goes. Oh, I actually want to keep this one. So I'm gonna try just uploading it. Let me see. Looks like not quite done yet. I like the trailing logs. Sure. Yeah, that's cool. Let's do this. I like these, but we're just going to build the, go ahead and save the others as a doc, but we're just going to build the trace, or realistically, I just want to be able to very easily query the logs, so I can just put in some like regex or something, and it's like it's updating maybe every 20 seconds, I would say. If you can just build something simple like that, so it's getting the logs, polling every 20 seconds, as long as it's running, and I can put in some regex, I think I'll be happy. Can you build this with Tori? Oh, the logging is, the upload is failing. Let's look at the error. No error, so you need to add a lot of logging here. I'm kind of wondering, I'm thinking maybe Tari might not have enough training data for this to work very well, because it is kind of failing at some simpler tasks, I would say. So we might switch to Electron. Hey, thanks, long-term scalper. Scrolls very, very. Oh, thanks, Type Dummy, for the feedback there. We're gonna go ahead and fix that stuff over the next few days. I think that is one component that we noticed. A lot of people scrolling way too quickly. Another component is the positioning stuff. So if we can nail both of those, and obviously the mobile, not even very good. Doesn't work. Oh, wrong project. Don't look here. Just keep in data feeds, please. No. Data feeds, broski. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Please just look in this project. Oh, that's true. No, this is what we'll do actually to debug here. We're not going to open it in Tari, the desktop app. We'll just go to the where it's deployed on the browser side. We can look at the dev tools and things. So let's see, where is it? 1420. I'll just drag it in first. Try that. Yeah, doesn't work. Add it. One second. So used to dragging it. Okay, yeah, that won't work because it's you can't open the Explorer that way, the same way as you do for the app. So I'm gonna say that based on the tasks it's failing at, I'm actually going to switch to Electron. So we're gonna build a duplicate. This will be a good little experiment. Tari's cool, but there's just probably not enough training data, I think, on it. So let's go ahead and we're going to build this app in Electron instead. Make a new project under the music player directory. I really like the styles if you keep it the same, but go ahead and try to implement this functionality. We're actually not going to use Tari, we're going to use Electron. Yeah, let's do well, tell me about Svelte. I don't know that. What is that? I'll just choose what has the most training data, I think. Is there anything to do? Oh, right. We were checking the earnings transcripts. We can actually move these terminals over here, probably. Okay, Tingo doesn't have earnings transcripts. Polygon does. Only 100 a month. Ooh. All right, guys. I don't know about this earnings transcript thing. Let's try one more time to evaluate how we can do this ourselves. We already did earlier today. Seems like it's going to be very expensive. The main reason is because you actually have to use a phone number to listen to these calls. If you didn't have to do that, it wouldn't be expensive at all to collect this data. All right, so let's talk about this, right? We're gonna scratch this. We're gonna try to collect it ourselves, but in order to do it legit, we gotta actually listen to the transcript. I mean, listen to the call ourselves with the phone number, I think. But we have two questions. Number one, how many companies use webcasts? If it's greater than 50%, boom. Like, we don't really care. Like, cool, we got a good amount. That's good enough for now. But if it's like basically all of them use the phone call thing, I think we kind of have to use phone number. There's no other way. We're going to reevaluate this. So let's think on these lines. Our main goal is to minimize the costs to develop this ourselves. Yeah. I guess I don't know what you're referring to, Tails, but yeah. You're probably talking about the price to get the earnings transcripts, and I agree. We could definitely do the DCFs right now. Let's do that, because that's kind of fun, and we can do it. Like, there's no concerns. We have the data to do this. All right, so let's get started on a new feature. This is going to be our DCFs. We're going to store it in our Data Explorer. So when they go into the companies, they can open it. Well, we're going to have all the types of DCFs, lots of different assumptions. They can play around with it. They can edit the doc. It's going to be really cool. But we need to start with the implementation and design of what we're going to do. So before we continue, go ahead and clarify your understanding. Check out this page. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this one because it's going to be kind of like a thing you can just edit. It's going to be kind of like a, you might see these if you look up like company DCF, but they're not really that great, right? Like, first of all, a lot of them don't really populate for a lot of companies. We can try to populate the assumptions with it's not like this is like a unique thing, right? Like, you can see this online, but it's like just an extra thing that if we have it in a nice interface, it's fun to use and stuff. Maybe people will resonate with it. I will use it. Yeah, technically it's possible, Tails. If it's a webcast, it wouldn't cost that much, actually, I think. You just would use the... but it's a lot of time, right? 90 minutes, you have to transcribe that with Whisper or whatever, right? I have to look at the costs. I think, if I remember correctly, for the Reels... Right, but for the Reels generation, we purposefully limited it. But maybe we could find some, because with Whisper, right, it has timestamps and everything. We don't need that. So maybe there's some way to make it not very expensive to collect the data. But that would be a very legit way, and we would have it. But there's a reason why there's not really a lot of open source data about the like there is, but when it does exist, it's only like 5% of the transcript, right? So there's a reason. They would have chosen to use it all if they could, but they probably figured for cost purposes, they didn't want to do that. So I think you're probably right, Tails, about the viability of it. We're just trying to see if we can make it work. I think probably we won't be able to, unfortunately, until we have more users and we can pay for the transcripts. Okay, but in theory, with the, yeah, I agree with you, transcribe with Whisper, but what's the costs here for each 50 to 90 minute webcast? Oh wait, 89% of companies webcast their earnings calls. Oh, fantastic. Okay, but let's see the cost here. So you're gonna have to make some assumptions about how much you look at look at the up-to-date Whisper costs in your analysis. So you're gonna do a web search. Yeah, maybe I didn't realize it was that high. Hey guys, check. Okay, cool. It's trying to run this GCP Electron app. I think it crashed or something. Oh, you guys can't see. So if you're the only one getting the full context, that could be a differentiator, having an AI call. That's it. Oh, yeah. We'll try, whatever process we can to get the data. And I guess in theory, if we do it legit, maybe we could sell kind of like what everyone else is doing, but yeah. Yeah, we could be the cheapest earnings transcripts provider or something like that. I mean, there's potential. Like if you find some way to get this data and you are not doing anything sketchy, you know what I mean? You could potentially sell it, I think. I have to, but don't quote me on that. I just have to do, I'd have to do research on that. Like who owns the earnings? Like if let's say you do listen to the webcast, right? You collect it, transcribe it. Can you actually sell it? I'm actually not sure about that. Can you sell it as an API access thing? I'm actually not sure. Is that allowed? So I'm gonna make a new one. I'm just kind of curious. So let's say, okay. But intuitively, I just think about it. It's like, if it was that easy, we would see a lot of providers. The market is somewhat efficient, right? And they would be cheaper. There's a reason why they're as expensive as they are for the earnings transcripts. Let's say, but let's explore it anyways, out of curiosity. Let's say I have like a little bot, right? It's listening to the webcasts of earnings calls. It's like transcribing the information. We're going to use Whisper. And then you start to offer earnings transcripts through an API. Could you do that? Is that actually, does that violate any terms of service anywhere? Could you actually sell this data? Oh, you guys can't see my current screen. Yeah, we're going to work on, every Sunday, we're going to work on our tooling. I actually am doing it anyways. But yeah, we're building other projects now. So for example, working on, well, when I say other, what I mean is the tooling stuff. It's all tooling. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking one thing that's going to be useful for people is that it's very hard to design with AI still. Very hard. Like to make something that's unique looking, kind of cool. I'm not a designer, so I kind of gone through this process and it's very tricky. So what we want to do is maybe make a set of tools, and we have an idea of like what we would do, and we're going to bundle it all together, and that might be our next service that we offer. And that way when they come on the stream and they're like, hey, how did you design this? I can be like, hey, this is how we did it. Here are the tools I used to do it. And offer that maybe as a nice bundle. So that might be our next thing that we work on. Use cloud to its full potential. Yeah, let me know what you have any questions on. I'm definitely open to questions. If you have you're like, hey, how can I do this? Or how can I design or something like this? I'll try to explain the general gist of what we're what we learned this far. Let me try this music player again. We just implemented an Electron. Wait, is this really Electron already? Wow, fantastic. Wow. So it did a really good job duplicating all the styles and everything. It looks exactly the same. We're going to test some of the functionality. I noticed it's not playing. It might need permissions or something. Give me the command. I'm going to run it. We're going to grab the logs. Make sure you've logged everything so we can get the information we need. Sure, type dummy. We could definitely, yeah, maybe we make some, we work on tooling, you know, it's kind of like we work on our project, work on tooling, and that could be the things that we do. And kind of how to design the process, how you do this, something like this. What's our workflow? Generate waste token. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, type dummy. I've seen that recently. I think the Keno also posted about it in the Discord. Like these, you can actually see the Gemini internal thought process sometimes, and he's just like going insane, just like speaking to himself. It's kind of funny. Okay, I'm actually curious about this earnings transcript thing though. So cost per earnings call would be, if we use GPT-4.0, will be 20 or about 30 cents. It's not too bad actually. Granted 4 quarters a year, 500 companies. All right, yeah, it adds up, I guess. It seems not a lot, but it adds up. 420 a year. Granted, you know, those other APIs, they offer historical data. This would just be if you're starting it from total scratch. You'd only be able to get the most recent data. Yeah, interesting. But let's investigate it a little bit more. Is there any, like, I'm really thinking, like, is there any how good does this transcript, you know, need to be? Like, is there any really cheap, you know, you looked at GPT-4.0, but really cheap transcribing of audio, maybe even something open source that we could host? The idea is we want to, if we could lower the cost by 10x, so let's say it's only, oh, well, actually it doesn't have to be 10x, right? Like I probably would pay, I would pay 100 a year. If we could, so if we could lower the cost like 4x, but we sacrifice some accuracy, I'd be interested in this. Go ahead and look around, see if you can find some repo, something interesting, maybe some Chinese, you know, model that we could host. The hosting is usually expensive, more expensive for the, you know, lower volume things. Generally, hosting it ends up working out with scale, but worth investigating. Maybe there's some sort of cheap. If there is, then we could set it up. If there isn't, at least we know the situation. And if we see a new repo or whatever come out, we could, we would know, hey, use Cloud Agents? Yeah, I use Cloud. Cloud code. I said need tuples. Yeah, it's kind of curious. I use a WhisperFlow type dummy. I'll just put this in the chat. Time you sleep, hey Judith. I sleep usually like 3 to 4 a.m. And I wake up at 11 or so. And I go to the gym. I noticed I didn't put WhisperFlow in the tools. People care about that. WhisperFlow. Whisper models. Yeah, you can use the open source ones, but it still costs money to host. So if we're trying to do this, you know, for it says the costs here actually. So if you go, let's say you host your own WhisperFlow. I mean, sorry, your own Whisper model. Let's see, where is it here? But we've done the research before when we were working on our shorts creator. If you host your own model, it's usually a break even after a certain amount of volume. Usually the API is actually cheaper at the beginning. Hey, Panther, we probably should make this a little more clear for people. This is not the money I'm spending. This is a tool that we built because we wanted to know how much are we saving through our subscription. We pay $200 a month for the subscription, and this cost here is what it would be if we were using the API for the input and output tokens. So you can see, and this is probably about right? It's like we probably would spend $800 to $1,000 a month if we were using the API. So we're saving probably $600 to $800 to the subscription. This is rough math, something like this. But with that said, if you're joining just now and looking at this, you might be a little bit confused. So let's go ahead and maybe change that. Maybe not right now, but later, actually. I'll do it after the stream. Yeah, but now we're going to be running this for like literally thousands of companies. So there's only so much you can do on your local computer. Every quarter, right? So it has to be deployed somewhere, and that ends up costing money at some point. We're trying to not just have like, you know, two companies. You're right. If we're just doing 2 companies, boom, we get our earnings transcripts. But we're trying to do this for thousands, because otherwise, you know, if we only have a couple hundred companies, not super interesting for people. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing. Yeah, again, it's because we're trying to do a lot of companies. So let's take a look. Sense voice, Alibaba. For English earnings transcripts, Whisper is slightly more accurate. Sense voice excels at Chinese multimedia. So cost calculation, Sense voice on a serverless. 140,000 minutes per year. Wow. Really? It's probably not very accurate. It's that much cheaper, right? But we could try it out. But yeah, this seems maybe a little too good to be true, but let's run a little experiment. Can you go ahead and we're going to create experiments in our projects. I guess before beginning, I want you to double check the Sense voice, right? Just go ahead and check at their repo. Is it maintained? When was the last time it was updated? how many stars does it have, things like this. And then once you've validated this, come back to me. Okay, so we have our little app. Let me check it out here. I'm gonna close this retro player. I'm gonna start it up in Warp. So Electron player. If you guys are wondering why we're doing this, it's because Suno keeps pausing my music playing. We're just gonna make a little local music player. Okay, so now we'll have the logs when we see if there's an error or something. Nice, so we got the log, perfect. Cool, so this is our error when we try to play the, although this doesn't look related actually. Let's go ahead and try it on local, see if it works there. Oh wait, this is the Tory. Did I start the wrong one? Weird. Let me see. Interestingly, when I start up, the title says Atari, but the thing I started up was the Electron app. So explain to me what has happened here. Kind of strange. Okay, so this is the Sense Voice. Last update November 2024. MIT license, that's always good. That's going to be helpful. Oh, commits 5 days ago. All right, cool. Let's run a little experiment then. Create a directory. We're going to try to just self-host this, play around with it, and then we're going to develop a plan to get this working for, we're going to call it 2,000 companies maybe. So you're going to first create this experiment, then you're going to create the talks about how we're going to move forward. Well, maybe we will end up getting this then. Put it in projects. Okay, this is our issue with the landing page. Some of you guys probably have noticed the scroll speed problem. The delta Y values vary wildly by browser. I see. That makes a lot of sense. So that's why I am slower. Chrome is ridiculous. Gotcha. Looking for Office at the moment instead of work from home. Maybe trying Whisperflow. Nice. What I have to use? I use Cloud Code. Being a secondary language. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. People will think you're certain. You have to explain it to them. Hey, this is the thing. Here's what I'm doing. But if they're not a computer person, they'll be like, this is very confusing. Why are you talking to yourself? Thanks for proving me useless. I don't know what you mean by that. Right. Oh, that's a good point. You could just say you're in a meeting. That's actually what I do sometimes. Yeah. Right. That's what I say for the streams. I'm in a meeting. What's the app you're working on? It's an investor app. I'll just put it in the chat. It's kind of like you get a customized newsletter. We're bringing lots of data, trying to figure out how to do it right, bringing data. And all right, I had a question about this. So there's some real legal complexity. Okay, let's read about it. Okay, most webcast platforms, TOS prohibiting automated access. I see. The spoken content may be copyrighted by the company. All right, but I have a lot of questions actually. Oh, they have licensing agreements. All right. That explains it. So even though we found a model that it's going to be okay, cost-wise, realistically speaking, it's a bit dicey to try to sell that data right through an API or commercially, things like this. Unless you paid the, you pay these companies, and that's why they're able to charge what they charge for that information. Well, tell me more about this. Okay, hypothetically, right? How do the people who get this, how are they actually getting the licensing agreements from the companies for the transcripts, right? Like, it's probably just a few people who got access, right? So you kind of have like the situation where it's like just like a few people, and it's at every layer, right? The price data, the transcripts, it's just like a few people got license agreements and then they sell it. And then there's a few downstream players, but they all got to charge a lot because in order to get that original access, they had to pay a lot. It is what it is, like, not really much we can do about that. This is how people vibe code. It is how I do it. I have a lot of fun. I work on kind of various things, and it's not too serious, I suppose, in terms of, not too involved in the code, but we do always read it and do our reviews. Now we're in public mode, so it's a little more involved how we're reviewing the code. Is cursor good for vibe? Yeah, cursor's okay. I like cloud code, but cursor's also good. I would just play around with the, get free credits on a lot of these IDEs, so try to take advantage of that. That's what I would do. Anti-gravity's just kind of maybe cycle. That's what we used to do a little bit. I'm doing it for about a month, I guess, 33 days, says in the title there. Okay, and try. Oh yeah, come in. Let's just refresh the cache. That explains it. Just some sort of weird thing with the... Okay, it's not running. Oh, port changed. 5173. There we go. This is the Electron one. Let's go ahead and add it. Interestingly, the Electron one has the same bug as the Tari one. Okay. As far as how it looks visually. The actual error, though. Hold on, let me actually test that one more time. I had to do it off screen because I got to go through my files to select the music file. Okay, I got the error. Basically what you're doing here, you have to have two different pickers. So if it's a desktop app, verse and browser, something like this. No, I did not say that. Yeah, I do this daily. I use anti-gravity way less these days. I usually use AI Studio for design, which is the same. I use a Gemini 3 for the model, but yeah, anti-gravity is just I think a little too slow in my opinion. For some reason, something's going on there. Whenever I run a query, it just seems a lot slower. All right, cool. That should be an easy fix. Let's try it. Oh, fantastic. This will help. So you see the error here. This is when we actually play. So go ahead and investigate. I don't really see what that is, so I can try to find it. Okay, many companies don't formally license their earnings calls to anyone. It's often more tacit. Big players like Bloomberg, they have legal teams that establish precedent, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's actually kind of an interesting point. Companies want their earnings calls on Bloomberg because that's where the money is. I think, okay, you have to think about incentives, right? Like, companies probably don't care that much unless someone's, there just comes a point where there's like too many bots, and it's just like if you have like 1,000 people, 1,000 bots tuning into the earnings calls, 10,000 bots, that's why they have these like in their terms of service. Like, obviously that's not so great, but anyways. Seeking alpha is instructive. They built a huge transcript business with a more guerrilla approach. They crowdsource human transcribers. Interesting. At some point, you become too big and useful to shut down. Okay. Nah. We just won't have it until we can pay for it. It's about $100 a month, it seems, if we tried to get it. So, we'll table it at the moment. It's technically feasible, legally a little dicey, I think, it appears. earnings transcripts diciness. So I save a checkpoint and I close it. If we ever want to resume the context, this is an automation that we built yesterday. I just do a command, it'll come back. But I'm going to close this, and you can see your check. If anyone's interested in this tool, you can see your checkpoints. You do CC lists, got all your stuff. I'll close this now though. No finance background. How's it going, Corey? Self-taught, yeah. Oh, not self-taught. Programming. I went to college. I got a CS degree. Still a reptile auction platform. A reptile auction? That's really interesting. I like that. That's cool. Crowdsourced from social media posts. Well, I think like it said there, Seeking Alpha used kind of crowdsourced like human trends, but I think you still run into some diciness at some point. One thing we could investigate just a little bit more is the open source repos. We saw one on Hugging Face. It had like 5% of the earnings transcripts. Maybe there's more that we just have missed, and we can look in Perplexity to see if they're, it could maybe do a more exhaustive search. I'll go ahead and run it. I'll try a few different models. Maybe we can find a repo that has open license and tons of transcripts, historical transcripts and everything. However, there's still a question of how do we get it going forward, right? You'd have to do something. So it's just a little dicey, all of it. You could get the historical though, potentially, if there exists one. That, maybe it was just some people that, well, I don't know. Technically get sued about anything, right? So. Okay, anyways. We can definitely do the DCF though, so we're going to do that. We have the capabilities that we need to. We're gonna do. Yeah, so it's number 1, number 2, and then the data source is just our existing data sources, and that's it. So let's develop our plan. I'm going to save this as a checkpoint as well. So this would be our implementation. In theory, if we could ever figure out how exactly this would work. It's not an implementation, more just general costs implementation. Fortunately, we didn't close this window, so it doesn't have our new automation for our checkpoints. At least I don't think it does. Let me just, I'll let it run rather than stopping it. Oh, I didn't put a $sign as a percent. There we go. Nice. So it's saved. I will close it. So sometimes it's funny, it likes to enter plan mode for the planning document. We do not really want that. So we don't need a planning mode, because I'm just asking you to make the planning documents so you can start making the document. Create fake posts, yeah. All right, can you just give me the command? I'm gonna run it myself. Oh, it's right here. Cool, simple. I'll go run it. What? Oh, interesting. So warp defaults to an LLM. That's probably why it's so slow. It has all this kind of stuff in it. Others. Oh, nice. So we're just building this. This is just a little tool for me. It's just a little faster, I feel like, if I can just very quickly put in a regex thing. There are plenty of tools out there for this kind of thing, so it's not like unique or anything. We're gonna kind of build out our own tools for our projects. Sorry, all right, so this is our error. I'm gonna grab it. There's probably more. That's favicon. Okay. Overall, let me see if it's actually hooked up. Oh, yeah, it's not hooked up. Yeah, I'll start the hookup. You can go ahead and start the hookup to our current Google Cloud up. And before you begin, actually, tell me a little bit how you're going to implement this. The user might have authentication for their computer for the Google Cloud CLI, and so I just want to know what you're going to do. And I will put it over there. Still live, yeah. Indeed, the most difficult thing in marketing, these new apps. Yeah, definitely in marketing, it's going to be key to get people, get eyeballs, how you distribute the stuff. Like you said, so much volume of new things. Personal relationships become important. Region localized marketing, where people can meet people in person, talk to them, show your thing, becomes more important, I think. Like, for example, right now, I'm noticing there's lots of landing pages popping up, but I don't trust them really until I hear some personal anecdote from someone telling me, hey, this is good. So some, stuff like that, I think is, some more stuff will be ignored without people vouching for it. I think that makes sense. Let's go ahead and just start with a very simple implementation. Yeah, they can edit it, sure. They can edit the doc, though, the assumptions. But I kind of want to have the feeling a little bit of an Excel doc, because it's kind of a cool interface for these DCFs. It makes it feel like really official and cool. All the other ones are just kind of like text on a page. Can you implement this? It's going to be kind of like a, okay. We're going to make it a kind of like an Excel looking thing, but it's not exactly, right? It's not going to be like a bunch of cells, but it will have the style like it will have cells, just not the whole page won't be cells, if that makes sense, right? It's like kind of like a limited Excel just for the style. I don't know, guys. I think it would be cool, but I'm also like not really totally sure. Let's just go ahead and add it to the doc at the bottom. We're going to come back to it tomorrow. Let me change the song again. Suno. Once we get the freaking... That's not my song, by the way, guys. I'm not making that stuff. Suno, when it ends, it goes and plays some random stuff. So, yeah. Add that at the bottom. Look at the chat. Oh, 31. Nice, bro. Happy birthday, man. Early birthday. I think before I leave today, I'm going to fix one of the landing page issues as well. Let's maybe try with the scroll speed. All right, let's start with the scroll speed. How exactly can we fix this? Obviously, many websites have a scroll hacking thing. So how do they get past the issue that every browser is going to have different units for the scrolling? Let me try uploading the music again. Fantastic. Check it out. So by tomorrow, we will no longer be using Suno for our music playlist. This will be an Electron app just running, and then it will stop pausing and doing all sorts of weird stuff. All right, so now you're going to make this like an official, you know, I should be able to create a playlist. I should be able to drag things in. Right now I can't drag in. And I should be able to have tons of songs. So I'll go ahead and try to implement that. Before I'm actually going to make it a repo so I can track the changes. Time to go grab it. Oh, Bravo does not like our techno. Fair enough. Tomorrow we will switch. It will not be the techno. Oh yeah. Well, we'll add it. I didn't make any changes, so I'm not saving this. So it is our Electron player. No git ignore, so we're just gonna add a git ignore. Also add a git ignore, please. Marketing is tough, but the issue is with most apps, they aren't good enough. That's true. Yeah. I think you're right. There's something to be said about that too, right? Like, I think it kind of shows when a product, like there's been a lot of thought put into it and it works well, very sleek, cool designs. That makes sense. They're not too gimmicky, you know? Interesting. Facebook created this for their data tables and it's now used by, interesting. Okay. That sounds promising. Normalize wheel. Cool, this normalize wheels thing sounds good. Yeah, let's do it. Tons of downloads, so. That should help. That should solve our first issue, I think. And then we'll get to the second one for our landing page. I'm going to play Suno until we get all of our. I'm gonna play the chill music for the last part of the day. Let's see. It's chilling time. Yes. I'm gonna check our tool here. Fantastic. Good. Does it actually save though? Because when I refresh the browser, it's gone. So it should actually upload the file and save it actually. Yeah, it's gone. To restart the front end, and I will try it out once it implements. IndexedDB, don't need to use that. You don't need to use any DB, just save it to the files, please. This is just for me. Oh, I see. It's because I'm running it in the browser, I suppose. Yeah, we did at some point. We changed it to match. All right, match the content. Or no, we changed it to match the navigation because it's a navigation element. That's what we did. Looks like the backend is closed. I'm gonna close some of these. Kind of hard to read. Oh, it's because it's midnight and there's no brief for today. That's why. And I also was logged in. Oh, nice. So apparently this is already maybe fixed. In order to test this, I need to actually, I'll probably download Firefox. I'll probably do that tomorrow, actually. This is probably fixed. Seems like a very good library. So this normalizes the wheel movement. So potentially you guys, it will not be insane. I think I'm going to do that tomorrow, actually. But it's been a good one. I'm going to see you guys. We did, so today, worked on some of our tools we worked on. We brought in some new data from OECD. So we might use that for some of our future indexes. We finished so our long-term goal is that potentially people can upload their own data. And we finished the sandboxing as far as like it's actually going to E2B, running LLM executed code, and then nuking that VM. And we got it set up. That's good for the future if we want to support people uploading their own data sets, and that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, we did some other things too. But I'm gonna go now. So I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Hey, JMD. How do you make designs? Just like min-maxing? Yeah, a lot of iteration. Just kind of going step by step usually. And eventually we get there, but definitely